Hello again, it's me, Knut Vikshåland, the Norwegian artist, and I just finished this painting. It's a small figure painting that I have been working on for a very long time, and it has really been a great challenge for me to do this because it's basically the first time I have done anything this detailed in this size anyway, and the textures, and I've been working so much with it. See all the, and what also is good, what I learned in this is that I have to start out with the more careful sketching. I need to focus my attention on getting everything right from the start, because it's different to paint small paintings than really huge paintings. Now, this painting is also a Patreon giveaway for January, February, actually. Is it February? No, sorry, it's for March. January, February, March. Yeah, it's the Patreon giveaway painting for March. And I'm gonna just go in here. Here is all my patrons lying around. So I just do like this and I pull out one thing. So this is the winner. And that is Siv Elisabeth Auestad, who won this painting. Congratulations to her. There seem to be Norwegians who are winning these days. Anyway, this painting is then won by her, and congratulations. If you want to be in my Patreon giveaway, you have to become a $5 patron. And in this video, I show you how I build it from ground up. You see my frustrations, you see me hit my skill wall, and I talk a lot about it. And I hope you get something out of it, because I really did. I learned a lot. And I talk actually about this painting here in this video, for some digression. I found it on an attic, and I took care of it because I found some of the textures and stuff fascinating. So just briefly talk about that. And that's my avocado plant I planted a few years ago. It's growing like crazy. Anyway, sorry for this long introduction, but as I say, share my videos on social media. Put that notification bell on, it's really important. You have to put the videos into your playlists and share it on social media with all your friends. And yeah, if you want to support my work, become a patron. You can also just do $1. That's totally fine. Okay, with this, I will see you soon, and hope you enjoy this long painting lesson video. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I forgot something very important. I also put now hyperlinks in the description, so you can actually jump in the video. Because the video is put into segments, and you can jump from segment to segment. If you like a segment, you go back by clicking the links in description. Hyperlinks is called. So, yeah, stay cool and paint. Yay! Today I'm gonna start doing this. It is a painting that is 30.30 centimeters. It is a very complex photo. This is a beautiful photo. A girl I once knew. And I'm gonna try to paint this very small on this canvas. As you see, I have done the surface with gesso and then raw umber wash with turpentine. I'm going to start very slowly with this and get it right is going to be a challenge because it's so small. Also have all these small beautiful flowers here. And of course, you can't get it all in because it's so small, but I'm going to try to do the best I can. You know, if I think, okay, if Vermeer could do it, well, I'm going to do it. So watch me paint. Okay. This is going to be quite exciting. I am someday going to paint this painting quite big also, because it's a beautiful. For then again, I have so many things I can paint. What I do, and that maybe I don't, but anyway, this goes 1 and a little bit, okay? Then it goes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it's always difficult for me to get this totally right. 1 and a but say that I try to put it here. So I take a point of light and try to figure out approximately. I try to see these two lines coming in here, and I just boom, push it in there, stand right, 1 and a little bit, 1, 2, 3, no, because this is 1, 2, 3, or 4, so I did a mistake. That's clearly probably down here, I think, like this. Yeah, approximately. It's always approximately when I do this. And then I just do a little, I just try to get this, I kind of draw with my pencil, as you can see. Actually getting a little bit good at this. I'm going to do a bigger painting of this girl soon. I have some other things too. I have some big ones actually that I started on a few years ago. I have 3 of them. Honestly, I was going to talk about that here. You see now, and the shadow comes in here. Some people are using a pen or charcoal or something to sketch. I don't care much about that. I just like to go right on with the paint. But first I try to get it right, and now it's like 1 and a little bit. And it's 1, 2, 3. So it's going to be a little bit higher. If I do it a little bit higher, because for every time I do 1, 2, 3, boom, 4, okay. When I do it higher, I cut it in there. I can also do a little bit higher here, maybe 1, yeah. It's better. I think it's better to have a little bit more space. I can always fill out space. I try to get the composition as perfect as possible. but it is done by freehand, so you can't expect it to be perfect. She's quite she's a little bit of a husky one, this one. The story is that I was really in love with this one, and it didn't work out, but that's life. It's a little bit strange to paint her, because when you have been really in love with some, it's kind of a strange feeling to look at them. I have a friend who is a painter, and he was in love with this girl working in the store, and he actually made a drawing, beautiful drawing of her that he gave to her without actually giving it to her himself. He's a total romantic. So sad really, because such a great man, and never dared to find her or get her, and so sad. It's not that often you kind of meet someone you really fall for. I mean, of all the girls I've had in my life, it's not many times I have really fallen in love. And I guess this was one of them. But I'm gonna make a bigger portrait of her, where I'm gonna make a video about falling in love, not her in particular that much, but just the feeling of it. And I've been in love before, so it's kind of strange feeling, that loss of control and stuff. Anyway, let's go back to painting, because this is what this is about. So you see now that I just start slowly to fill in some light. Oh, this is going to be a challenge, a real challenge, because it is so small nuances it's talking about, and yeah, I actually made a small portrait of her, and I actually posted a video way back in 2000. I think it was one of my first videos. If you go all the way back, you can see a video where I finished that portrait of her, which I gave her. And yeah, I played some horrible music, not horrible music, some trance music when I was painting. And sometimes I wonder if I'm just gonna post it one more time without that music. It's going to be pencils like this. The reason why I want to do smaller paintings, there's many reasons, is to do something else, not always the same thing, and also that I have so much material, I have so many things I want to paint, that if I'm going to paint everything huge, I'm never going to succeed. I'm never going to get over anything of it. I can see how my life is just disappearing between my fingers, and I have no guarantee that I will actually reach average age or more, so I kind of need to hurry up a little bit. And to get more done, I will do some smaller stuff. This is going to be a real challenge. You can see that now. And she's looking up there, and my head isn't that broad. But it's going to be a challenge here. It looks so horrible in the beginning, but you know, after a while it starts to fall into place. I think it's nice for you to see how I actually start and see how I fumble in the beginning. Maybe I should focus a little bit closer. I'll do some background stuff so I can actually see it better. Now I'm not going to go. I've been thinking lately, because I haven't been concentrating much when I sketch. I just go in to get that gazelle up. But I noticed that sometimes I just do it too fast, and I get into trouble with the textures. I pile on too much, and I often wind up having a conflict, not being able to make the low parts, or the parts that isn't supposed to have so much textures, to differentiate them from the rest. So I need to do something about that and be more careful when I sketch from now on, so I don't give myself unnecessary problems. Yeah, way up there. Her name was Mette. Is, I guess. Always been fascinated by the small paintings on Johannes Vermeer. The enormous detail, the time it takes to create them. And if I could do something similar, that would be great, because I really like to paint huge paintings. But I think it will also be a good idea to paint smaller stuff. So, this is strange. I kind of don't see this. You see, I do so many mistakes in the beginning. I was actually better, I think, with sketches before. I used to, because I was more careful. So I kind of need to get back to that. No, it's kind of down here, I think. She had this beautiful hair. That's strange. I saw some pictures of her, and she had dyed her hair some horrible reddish color. Just totally ruined it. Don't understand why. Yeah, it was so beautiful, her hair. Well, it's still nice because it's long, but they dye their hair. I mean, get it? That was perfect. Anyway, people do so many things. I saw this documentary or this lecture about personality disorders, and people with personality disorders tend to try to change all the time, change their looks and their style and everything. Maybe that's why I have tattoos. Well, I didn't get my tattoos until I was almost 40, the first one. It's over 10 years ago. Or was it more than 40? 42. So, and I actually think personality is something that comes from within. It's not something you can buy, it's something you can show in any way. I think a lot of artists probably have some personality disorders from childhood experiences and stuff. Because there's a lot of artists that has this entitlement. They think they are half gods. They think they are more important than other people. Always the political correctness, the nauseating political. It's like a game to be known and try to fit in. So they want to be rebels, but in the right way, so they don't lose any friends, so they don't get pushed out. I'm not like that. I have my own opinions. I study facts and I take stance that is very often very political incorrect, both in the art world and in general. I don't know why, I just follow the facts. I don't care about political correctness. So, yeah. Well, it sort of looks like a face. It's a lot to do. See, I have to push it that way, I have to do so many things with it. So, but I'm gonna try to get it right before I move on. See now, just gonna check one and a little bit. There, 1, 2, 3. That's too big. She looks up. Looks up to God. To Odin. Odin! Why did you... I know what's gonna happen later. I'm gonna be so frustrated with the small details in her eyes and everything. It's gonna drive me insane. And it's a challenge. Just gonna give her a... Looks kind of strange now. think if I took all the times I've been in love, all the times I've been in love in my life, and gather it into one, I think it would actually compete. Wouldn't able to compete with this one. And I had a lot of, you know, I had my first girlfriend, Monica, when I was like, I had girlfriends before that and sex also, but I had this flying start with this girl that was originally from Argentina, and it was just when they had gotten phones, home phones. It's a long time ago. I was 14 years old, and we were fucking like crazy from the day two. You know, we met in a discotheque, copple, and we just boom. We danced very well together and everything, and we were just perfect in bed. She was. And I was in love with her, but I never felt, I did feel it, it wasn't love, but I never felt like this. This was something totally new. But I'm going to tell that story some other time, so I'm going to... So, in another painting. Well, it starts to... You see what I'm doing? I'm kind of just moving stuff around. I just try to find... So that I had this conversation today with a person who wanted me to maybe be in this figurative artist look. They are classic artists. But I don't fit in there because I don't have a classical education. I don't actually... I went to art school, but I taught myself to paint, basically, by looking at old masters and learning from my mistakes. So I don't have any academic credentials in a way, and people who are working in the traditional figurative arts tend to be a little bit rigid. They concentrate a lot about the classic ideal and all this, and I'm not really interested in that. I'm kind of interested in painting. That is what drives me, the paint. Maybe it sounds strange, but that's the way it is, and I don't think they would like my approach. And I'm not that... I'm a better painter than drawer, I think. I'm a very personal painter. It's very subjective, and very me. So I don't think I would have anything to contribute in a situation like that. Maybe I should get a microphone for my camera. So you see now I start to slowly kind of fall a little bit into place. Get some more eyes up here, higher. She's going to be called Mette as Flora. You know Flora, Rembrandt Flora, and his wife Sashka. She was my Sashka. Sashka. And that rose That's going to be fun. I have to look at a lot at Vermeer's paintings when I do this, and it's going to be great because it's like studying again. I've been doing so many object paintings now for Patreon. This is supposed to be a Patreon painting because I got a little bit tired of doing too many objects. This should have been higher, at least here. This one would then be here. So rose there, something like this. See how I just put it into compartments, and then I just keep moving stuff around. So my paintings never become photorealistic, because, as I say, I don't use a projector or anything like that. They look kind of photographic, I hear people say, when they are finished. But if you compare them with the photograph, you will very fast see that if you kind of maybe projected a photograph on top of the painting, you would see that it's very different. But I think it also, the paintings that are way too photographic, they become a little bit boring in a way. Of course, my goal is to try to come as close to the photograph as I humanly possibly can, but I will never succeed in that. Really missed this. If you guys only knew how much I love painting. Oh, it's hard to say because it kind of puts me in my spot, my sweet spot. There's no doubt that painting made me a better person. I used to be a womanizing sex addict. Yeah, okay, there. So I will paint some more and come back to you. I think I actually am onto something. So with these small pencils, rounding everything, getting every detail, then I start working with the boar bristles, swine bristle, to make different textures. And I'm going to be very pinpointed so I can actually get the most out of this small thing here. Okay. "27 minutes of ranting." Now you can also see what I'm painting and how I'm thinking. So, thought I was going to show you a little bit when I work with these small details in the sketch. I find a good, yeah. Now I'm just, what I do, I always kind of, I see everything in between in a way. I try to picture this, I do this, then I see these, and I see, okay, there's a flower out here, there's a flower down here, and there's a yellow flower in the middle, a rose here, here, and down here. And there is some pink flowers, or roses as I call them, down about here. So that is how I think. I'm not sure I got that right. I think actually it's going to be up here. So that's the problem, you know. I put it down there and everything moves down here. And yeah, so it's going to be higher. It's going to be basically up here. This one. Something like that. And there's more. See, I'm working with a very small palette. I should film it actually, just for fun. For you. And there's leaves. It's very important to get it right the first time, because when I meant get it right, I mean the first sketch, like the first. You can't get it perfect the first time because I'm not using a projector, but I try the best I can to get it fairly correct, especially when it comes to painting of people, a human. That is even more important, because that is easy to see when it's wrong, and some of the most annoying thing is when you get something wrong in a figure painting. It can really drive you crazy. So make sure you do a good sketch the first time around. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This one is smaller. And that's also quite important, because you paint something too big and you see the other things compared to that thing, everything is going to be wrong. So it's important to get that right. Now it is a sketch, so I have a lot of leverage. I can always fix things. My eyesight isn't that good today. I think I've been stressing too much. I've also been in a lot of pain for some reason. I don't know why. There are days I'm not in pain at all, and then boom, I'm in a lot of pain. It's like, oh why? So I needed to take some painkiller, Voltarol, and I actually think it affects my vision. Luckily I'm going in for a double hip replacement this year, so luckily, that's kind of a strange thing to say. It's not something I look forward to be pain-free and start training like I used to. But there are can be complications with let's see, actually it could become complications, and you could even die. So that would be sad for me, though. I have a lot to do, so I need to live to see another day. See, now I have to move it up again. So I did the wrong thing in the first sketch. Okay, I'm gonna try to stick with the topic. I'm gonna do self-portrait soon. So I'm gonna talk about everything then, my life, my thoughts, my everything. And when I do make these paintings, or these videos, instruction videos, I should try to stick with the subject, which is painting. But there are people out there who actually like my rants, so yeah, maybe I'll do both. I can't help myself anyway, that's just the way I am, you know. The thing with painting is that it puts you into this flow, and when you're in a flow state, you get very happy and very what do you call it? Enthusiastic. So you start talking about all kinds of stuff. So, yeah. There's a lot of things that happens in the dress. It's kind of it's my mother's dress, and you can actually see the skin through these things, and yeah. See now how it kind of just starts to pop out. This patron lottery I have to do today, so that kind of hangs over me a little bit, so I should just get that done, and then I have my back more free to continue this painting. There's a glass thing here. She's holding it. It's the flowers are in water, and it's quite nice colors in it. It's gonna be fun to work with this because it's going totally the other way. Usually I paint big, and this is going to be quite small, and yeah, it's going to be, or is, a different process. I enjoy pushing my limits, so it's going to be enjoyable, I guess. It's also going to be a lot of frustration, but yeah. Actually see what I'm doing down there. And I will zoom a little bit out. I will also do some real close-ups. Let me see now. You can see how rich the photo is compared to but that will all be happening. I'm gonna try to do 1 or 2 smaller things every month. If I focus most of my time into my painting, I will be able to get out of my time left the existence quite a bit of work, and yeah. I think I did a little mistake here by no, I didn't. It just looks. Why does it look like that? It kind of tricks me to believing. So there 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, maybe a little bit. There's a little bit more legs down here, but then again, I have to concentrate about what's up here first, so that I don't do any huge mistakes. So there. This is very bright things here. There's a daylight behind there. So we got these. It was actually the studio we used to have a few years ago. I kind of miss, especially the mornings, because the light used to come into my room, the sunlight and stuff, and it kind of stopped me working. In this studio, it is a cellar, and I just can lose sense of day and night totally. It would be perfect if you were a vampire, because you wouldn't be bothered by light. You could just stay inside. So, but I am human, I think. Sometimes even I wonder about that. No, I don't. I know I'm human. So, eyesight. I'm kind of becoming a little bit long-sighted. And as I said before in videos, I think it's one of the reasons why Rembrandt started to become a better painter, because he couldn't see what he was doing. Couldn't see the details, so he just piled on and double down. I'm joking a little bit with that. It's fun. So here's my pencils. Yeah, I need some other pencil. Yeah, can work from now. What I'm doing now is planning the future, just building this tiny, beautiful brush strokes. A little bit over a month, I'm under a knife. I'm getting my new hip on the left side, probably. Yeah, it is on the left side. The right foot is a little bit better. It can actually be moved a little bit. I'm not totally stiff, but I have no range of motion inwards, so I'm not able to stretch in a good way. So it hurts like hell when I'm trying to stretch, I mean. So I just need to get that fixed. I think I'm gonna make a full recovery video. Maybe that would be interesting for you. See how I build my. I also plan to do some photo-ish of my training before. I'm doing a lot of weight training, strength training, also some taekwondo, but it's more like a MMA type of thing I'm doing with my Iranian trainer, because I can't kick that much anymore. It's a lot of boxing and yeah. You can still, as I tell my trainer, it's not over. As long as I can bite, I can fight. So, yeah. It's like in the movie, the Monty Python movie. The Holy Grail or something. Yeah, Quest for the Holy Grail, I think it was. When he first cuts off his arm and he says, "Oh, come on, you can still fight. Oh, it's just a flesh wound." He cuts off one arm and then he cuts off one foot. And he still jumps around, want to fight, and then chops off the other foot and the last arm, and in the end he's screaming on his, "Come back, I can still bite you." And I think it's very important to have that kind of mentality as an artist and as a human being with a lot of thoughts going on and a lot of existential dissonance, as I will say I do have. It's kind of a battle. It's very important to have that kind of personality who doesn't give in or give up too easily, because then you just won't make it. You have to have stamina to be an artist. And I guess if you're a very like Ai Weiwei or something like that, you can get other people to produce his stuff, and he works with these conceptual things that other people produce for him. I guess he doesn't do much of his artwork himself. He may plan it and stuff, but it's more supervising, idea creation. And if you have that kind of money, you are extremely free. So it must be easier. And he's also very politically correct. So, and with that I mean, most artists are actually very politically correct within the realm of artistry. There's not many artists that would say loudly that they actually like, say, Donald Trump, or they are for or against things that especially the left would proclaim that they were for. And yeah. As you know, I even painted Muhammad after. You can find that video on my channel if you dig back to scroll down. I painted Muhammad after the Charlie Hebdo massacre. You'd ask, why the hell did I do that? Well, I did it because I find freedom of speech to be the most important freedom of all. And I also saw it as my duty to make a stand more than I'm Charlie on Facebook, you know, these people just posting Jesu Jali. I painted the front page of Charlie Hebdo and I signed it, Knut Vikshåland, and Jesu Jali. In the video I also played a whole Quran in the background to point to the link between scripture and what the Islamists do, the jihadis and the Islamists, which basically is the same thing. I don't think it's right for things like that to be ignored or stuff. It's like that idiotic term, Islamophobia. It's a ridiculous term because Islam is a dangerous religion. If you read the original scripture, you will actually find that there is more Jew hatred in the Quran and the Hadith and these scriptures than in Mein Kampf of Adolf Hitler. And if you point this out, people call you a racist, and then I say, well, how the hell can ideology become a race? It's like mixing ideas and biology at the same time. It's ridiculous. So if you criticize, make sure that you criticize the Islamists and Islam and not the general Muslim, because most Muslims who are born into the Muslim country, or what you characterize as a Muslim, it's just living their lives and loving their children like everybody else. And personally I know so many, and I've actually never experienced a single Muslim being an asshole because he's a Muslim. You find assholes everywhere. Of course you can't have jihadism or Islamism without Islam. It's like you can't have Christians being against homosexuals and stuff and all this nonsense without Christianity. So it is defined in scripture, both in Christianity and Islam. So, well, that was also a rant. No idea how I wound up that, but I did. So, sorry about that. Anyway, you can see the video where I paint Muhammad on my YouTube channel. Just scroll and you find it. And if you dare, you can share it for me, because I was actually flagged by Google for 4 years, and I have struggled mildly to get both view time and views up on my channel after that. Something happened with my channel after I did it. So, but now it's kind of picking up. So it's getting better. I did think about doing some videos about politics and stuff, but I might do that. I have another channel, just a small one. I've posted some stuff just for fun. I might turn that into a more, not political thing, but more talking about topics that I am interested in. I think I'm going to keep this channel for painting. I can always put in a rant here and there, like this one. And yeah, just think about that. I want to go back to it. Think about that for a moment. How the hell can an ideology criticize an ideology be racism. It's like criticizing, it could be the same thing as saying criticizing Nazism would be racism if you consider Nazism a race, which actually it was. Or, of course, they didn't. It's not total nonsense, but they claim to be a race. So, if I then criticize that, I would be basically a racist. If the critique of ideas was bigotry or racism. It isn't. Especially when the ideas themselves are attacking basically everything that isn't conformed into their beliefs, like both Christians and Muslims do, or Islamists do. Not Muslims, but Islamists. There's also a confusion there, because I know Muslims who say that you're not Muslim without believing in Islam, but I also know people who say they're not believing Muslims, but believing Islamists, or believe in Islam, but they consider themselves to be Muslim. So there's kind of a confusion which would be really good to clear up. What I think is that most people are using, especially people on the left, are using the word racist to stop debates, and that is sad, because debate is the source. The most important thing is debate and knowledge and the exchange of ideas. So when the left, especially the left, are, which I basically were a part of, or even on many topics are still on par with, when they use racism, the word racism, which is now extremely common, to silence people, they are in potentia silencing themselves, because sooner or later somebody's going to use the same tricks against them in some way or another. So, and it's a cop-out. It's always a last straw they turn to when they're kind of losing a debate on the merits. They are always going to this racist card, which is just so obnoxious. Anyway, you see how it kind of builds? I have no idea how I turn this painting into a... First I say I'm not gonna rant. Okay, I just want you to see... There was somebody who asked me if I could also show like the objects, so that's what I'm doing now. I'm just gonna show you how I do the first sketch. You've probably seen this in my videos before if you're an enthusiast. It's a smaller painting, so of course it goes faster to get these things in. See, I'm using color from the start of. I'm not building at first a gazelle. Well, in a way I do, but I go straight to... I'm trying to do the right colors from the start. I've seen a lot of artists who is doing these strange things. By first they paint something gray and then they gonna add colors on top of the... What the hell is the point with that? I don't get it. I mean, why don't you just start directly with it and just build. It saves you time, saves you paint, and you don't have to redo everything all the time. It's like, I don't get it. I don't get this thing. Yeah. See, now it kind of gets a little bit closer. I should do some bigger, but not too big. The prices for these paintings are like 15 or 18,000 Norwegian. Maybe something like that. But when it is figure painting, it will probably take longer time than the object paintings, which I also battle very hard with. So you see, this is just a filler now. It's just to get things going, just so I see the contrast better. It's going to be fun to work with this. It's going to be so tiny with such, it's going to make it just jump out in the end. It seems like she's, that is what that is also one thing. When I was in the start, when I painted, I always thought all the paintings were huge, big, because they were so detailed. But when I saw them in real life, especially Vermeer, it's like, what the hell? It's so tiny, but they look so huge because of all the detail he has been able to put into it. And it's fascinating. So that is a goal in itself, in a way, to manage to give the impression that the painting is gigantic, but it's smaller in real life. There's some light coming there, some light coming there. And the good thing is that these squares here are extremely light because of the backlight effect from outside, and they also have some Prussian blue in them, which makes them very vivid. I made this wooden thing. Actually, I burned them. I shouldn't have done that in case I got a new studio, but also make it again. It's not that big deal. Because it was made from wood, but they were just in a way in my studio now anyway. And maybe I have so much material from that studio, I could probably paint thousands of paintings just from the material I have. I would be able to paint for the rest of my life actually with the material I have. So maybe I don't need these things in front of my windows. Now you see I put on very thick with paint here because I want them to be very, this around will be very down and this will be very thick, so I get that sculptural effect in the end. Yeah. And it shines down, light down here, It's kind of a blue, very, very blue line underneath that light, so that's also a little bit fascinating. It kind of hits here, whammy, like this, jump like that, and there's some light coming through. Light coming through here, here, and here. This, yeah. Going to the rest of them. Okay. Okay. Fix this afterwards. I'm going to stop now. I'm just going to take a little break, and I want to start printing my patron lists for my lottery. And yeah. Seems like a mess, but it isn't. It is a gazelle, without being one, because I don't use the gazelle effects, which would be only grey and white. As I said, I wasn't interested in that. So, oh, it makes me so happy doing this. Sometimes I just feel like I could just stay in the desert island alone and just do this, but then again, there wouldn't be any girls there. No hope. After all, I'm human. I need to cuddle once in a while. Not been much of that lately, but right now I'm concentrating about getting ahead, both mentally and healthily, so I can feel more in line with myself. And be happy and create paintings. That's my goal now. And all other distractions, like new girlfriend, whatever, can just wait. Doesn't matter. Just see what happens in the future. Gonna fill in this. This is a glass jar. I need a small mirror to look if I've done some grave mistakes. That's also a good thing. You can use a mirror when you hang things like this. Just look in a mirror and you see the difference. There's a vase there, so they're coming kind of inside the vase like this. Like this, yeah. The vase. So it's going to be so nice to work with. Okay, I'm going to take a small break. Print my patron lists. Cut them up. Yeah. There's some mistakes here, there's no doubt about that. But maybe she's too broad, too wide. She was kind of a husky girl, she still is. Okay, so some pictures of her, she's gained some weight, there's no doubt about that. It's never a good sign. Anyway. So, that was better. Yeah, you see, I used to just use the dark to create that illusion. Yeah, cool. Oh, I can't tear myself away from it. So hard. It is such a dance when you sketch. So rewarding. It's always hard to tear yourself away from it. To tear myself away from it. That's actually her hand. I can't see her other hand. It's also covered, so it's just going to be a point of light in the end. Yeah. This also have to be higher. In a way, it's a form of, if you look at Rembrandt and the great masters, they were all actually, I would say they were basically impressionist. These leaves is going to be up there. And they just painted. Yeah, that was better. That's a good thing about Old Holland paint. Thick, so it works a little bit like clay. It's very easy to shape it and form it. It's a very good thing. This dress is my mother's dress. She came from my father when she was a young woman, young girl, and she wasn't allowed to wear it in front of other men because in parties because it was so see-through. It's funny. My father was a jealous guy. quite important not to be. One thing is to be jealous. Everybody can be jealous, but can't go with it unless a person is actually doing, a girl or whatever is doing everything to make you jealous. Then you can actually tell her to stop, but because it's extremely rude, it's not nice. So this one is a little bit longer down. Yeah, I think this is starting to into place. Okay. Okay, in this short video, I want to show you how I use my lasur and which colors. I use first the Retouching Varnish to put on it to get kind of the colors out. This is a rough first sketch. And I just do it like this a little bit. Now the Retouching Varnish is with turpentine and HYPERLINKS, and it gives the surface kind of a sticky feel to it. So when I put on the Retouching Varnish, no, the lasur or the glaze as I call it, kind of sticks more to the surface than if I only put it straight on. I'm going to show you this. So this is the first thing I do. And then I wait about, say, 10 minutes. I'm going to wait 10 minutes and then I will put on the lasur. Yeah. So this is the palette. What I use usually is the French ultramarine and the craplac, or the alzarine as it's also called. Then I take my Kremer lins, it's kind of linen oil with some, I don't know what it is in it. It's kind of make it dry a little bit faster, but I mix it with 70% turpentine. And then I just pour it into the cup like this. And I kind of take a clean pencil, which is quite important. I just dip it into it and I mix these two colors together like this in different flavors, so different colors. And then I start adding into the canvas, which I'm now gonna show you. I just make this glaze and I'm gonna show you what I do. Okay, let's try it for a while, a few minutes, 10 minutes or something. And what I do now is to take that glaze and I just do a wash over the whole canvas like this, just to kind of give it a grounding, give it a basis color to work with, to bring out all the good stuff, all the textures. See, I'm just pouring it on. It might seem a little bit brutal, but it isn't, because I'm going to remove some of it. Okay, make sure that your sketch is dry, or it's going to mix in and it's going to create a fucking mess. What I do next is to take this one and I start removing excess color, excess oil, just to get the different, some of the, you don't want it to be too oily because then it's going to just start sliding when you paint. And now actually the oil and is now going to mix a little bit into the Retouching varnish I put on, so it kind of sticks more to the canvas. Of course you can also choose not to do that and just put it on, which I sometimes do, but I prefer to have the Retouching varnish at least at this point, because it kind of sticks more to it and I can start working on top of it. You can also use a piece of cloth or paper or whatever, and also kind of start removing a little bit more in the light areas. Okay, like here, to bring out the light again. It's still some lasur behind there, or some glaze behind there, but you can kind of just pull out some of the light again, like the face here, like here, and you get the shape back like this. And it's still, you see, it was not totally dry, so we can mix up a little bit. So I'm going to show you what I do next, how I actually start painting on top of it, and seeing how the colors just to mix. The color I put on now gives it a shadow. So it's almost like starting over again, and I start with the light areas and just start pulling it back out. So that's the next thing I do. So, okay, step number 3 is of course starting to build up the textures again and build up the lights again. As you have seen me before, I just start with the light areas, and what happens now is that some of the paint from the lasur will also kind of start being absorbed into the new paint I put on it, and I can actually start building. As you see now, I toned it down, and it also makes it more easy for me to see more of the shadows and where the light is supposed to be put in. See how it kind of evolves. If you only put on the oil or the glaze, it can be a little bit slippery. It can be a little bit hard to get the new color to stick. So I would recommend that you use the Retouching varnish in between every glaze before you do it, as I showed you. It will help you greatly, but you can actually experiment with this yourself. Yeah. Now you can use different colors if you want. If this surface was yellow, you could actually use a yellow glaze or any other glaze, as long as it is a pure color. I would prefer pure color, because then you are working a little bit more with like nature would do, or how it's a more easy way to imitate what nature does. Because nature only works with pure color. Some people think that they can use a lot of black and get a lot of vivid colors or shadows and stuff, but it isn't actually so, because nature doesn't blend black and into the colors. It's just light or no light, and that is also important to understand. So you see what I do. And, since I put on the bluish glaze and with some red in it, this is yellow, and then I can start just. And now the complementary color, violet or yellow, is behind the air already. So when I take the yellow now and I can put it on, it instantly becomes a complementary contrast to it. And you can keep on doing these glazes like Vermeer did in his paintings. I can actually recognize what he did. The further he comes, the more fluid his glazes becomes, and in the end they're just merging into almost like watercolor, merging into one another. I don't want to make a video that is 6 hours long about glazing, but this is the principle that you could work on, and you can do it between every layer if you like or not. I mean, that is totally up to you. It depends on your goal. So, see here, I just start building again. The system now all bluish behind here. I will get a more vivid, or more out of the white I put on. It becomes more kind of the contrast between what's in the back and what's in the far here. Start to work on this complementary level. Same thing with the face or anything else you paint. It's the same thing you see here. You can put on some white, and the color I put on will mix into the white that I now add. So you will get a more natural feel to it. This is just a way I have figured out to do it. I haven't learned it from anyone. I have just kind of tried things out and see what happens. For every layer you can use another glaze, and you can just keep on building. So, yeah. Of course I will cover everything after a while, but the color I put on before I started will then be mixed into the color. So sometimes it's hard to add white to the surface because I tend to, anyway, to put on too much white. So when I start out like this, there's, as I say, already color, pure color on the canvas, so it mixes into it. And as you can see, it's easier to build that sculptural thing that I'm after. Yay. See. And when the painting is finished, I usually just put on the Retouching varnish a couple of times. It's good idea to let it dry for a while, because then it will not kind of be absorbed of too much of the wet paint and become dry again. But so that's how I do it. Yeah. This is the second day after my hip replacement, so I'm on some, I'm not in much pain, but I'm on some painkillers that maybe makes my voice a little bit more muffled. So, I mean, it's funny being able to stand here and paint a couple of days after a full hip replacement. Yeah, and it feels good actually. My arthritis pain is gone, it's just that I have some, it almost feels like somebody hit me with a baseball bat 3 or 4 times in the thigh and hip. Despite from that, and that's the kind of pain I'm used to anyway from martial arts, so to me that is no sweat at all actually. It's just, yeah, it's not what I call pain. Anyway, that's a digression. Again, I'm not going to make this into a long video. I just want to show you a short video about how I glaze between layers, and you just keep on doing this all the way up and you figure out what's best for you. There's no one answer to it. You can use any color, any clean color, and you just keep on working. So I hope you get my point. I'll also make a new video called how to use the palette and which colors I use. And then I will start posting the full tutorials of many different paintings. This one is actually a Patreon gift painting, my monthly gift to my patrons. So if you become a patron, you can actually become the owner of this painting for only $5. So check it out and support my work, and you will also inspire me to paint more and do more videos. Yeah, okay, see ya. So okay, let's keep painting. I did a video about lasur, so that I just posted. Now I'm going to continue adding, and yeah. My voice is kind of sore. Maybe it's all the stress the last 3 days because of my hip replacement. Might be it. That's fine. Feeling actually, I don't have that agonizing pain in my hip now, so just feels like some car run out of over my leg, or somebody hit me with a baseball bat. But it's the kind of pain I can take. It's the kind of pain you can feel after a fight or a martial arts fights or boxing match. It's okay. It's totally fine. Anyway, back to painting. Feeling great, relatively. And gonna start making beautiful paintings, hopefully. So, let's see. It's quite fun to work with this small stuff. It is very different, very intimate, and it's kind of has some kind of instant gratification since one is able to finish something sooner than usual. Unless I kind of crash into too many problems and it becomes a double-edged sword, which it can easily become. But then again, that's my life. So. See what I do? I kind of drag it that way and just keep building. So I do like this. My voice is just gone now. I don't know why. Maybe it's stress. Looking forward to the Game of Thrones series today. I'm gonna keep awake until I see the first episode. It's gonna be fun. See how I build thick colors, thin colors, like this. Yes. There's some greenish behind here. I need to use the Prussian blue with green. And it's a nice contrast to all the darker nuances, which goes in more reddish and kind of earthy colors, in contrast with this again, which is in more in the reddish. So it's gonna be nice. Sorry for being so silent, but I'm quite thoughtful today because, as I say, I got my new hip, and it kind of is a life changer, you know. The funny thing with it is that it doesn't feel any different. It's my leg anyway. You know, the legs aren't attached to your body. They are attached to your body through the ligaments and the muscles and the tendons. So cutting off the femur head doesn't really matter as long as there is blood flow and stuff to the bone. It's quite fun to think about because we kind of view the legs as they are kind of hanging on to us. But they don't. That's why a skeleton falls apart when all the tissues are gone. How could we move if we were kind of in one piece? Couldn't. So it's quite fun to think about. And I have this spinal. I was awake during the operation, and I had a spinal, because I had a spinal anesthesia, and I've been seeing a lot of videos, real videos on YouTube of operations before I did it. So I was laying there listening to what was happening, and I could recognize what he was doing because of the sound, and it was really fun. I think I fell asleep a little bit, but it also was a very strange experience because the spinal anesthesia actually, all up to the chest I could feel that I was out, my body wasn't there anymore. And when they turned me over to the operation, it felt like I was floating. I was kind of in my body, but I was also out of my body at the same time. I couldn't feel my body, but I was there. It was a really strange feeling. And maybe that is what people feel when they believe they have this near-death experience, that they are floating, because the body is actually under anesthesia, but parts of the brain are awake or waking up, and you still can't feel your body, so you feel you're floating. I think that is the real reason people have these out-of-body experiences. Conscious but no body. I'm pretty sure that's the reason. And the floating on the roof and looking down is just a dream, because before you are turned over, you're actually looking at yourself, looking at the roof. You have seen all the people who is going to operate on you, you talk to them, and you can also, if you are waking up or have some parts of the brain on, you will actually hear them talk. So I think that's the experience of near-death experience, just an illusion. It's really strange. So I had a out-of-body experience, awake while doing it. So that's fun. It was really interesting, the whole thing. I'm going to do it one more time. On my right hip, when that time comes. It's no use to wait until my right hip has also totally broken down, but it doesn't hurt that much yet. But it makes me stiff, and it makes me not being able to get really back in shape, running and walking fast and stuff like that. So I should just wait a couple of months and get it done. It's no use walking around with a limp for another year. It's pointless. Okay, I have to be a little bit careful. I'm stiff, but it doesn't hurt. Just stiffness. So much better than arthritis hip pain. Okay. Working with a small face in this sweet little painting. Just gonna give it a little wash of lasur, or just Just like this. Shake it up a little bit. So, and okay, I'll start with some shadows. Tone it down a little bit so we get something to work with. Now I'm looking for the light. That is what I'm after. And you can't have light unless you have darkness. So, yeah. It's a lot of reddish. I've seen some pictures of your hair and it's just dyed this beautiful hair, some horrible reddish color now, which is sad because this hair was beautiful and natural, had this glow to it, fresh glow. They do say that girls that keep on changing their appearance all the time, or men also, of course, all the tattoos and have kind of personality disorders. Now, I didn't get tattooed until I was 40, basically. I'm 51 now. And I also always thought it was a silly thing. And it kind of is a silly thing, so it doesn't really give you any personality. Just adds on something. But anyway, that's fine. Should dye her hair some reddish color. And I have no idea why she would do such a silly thing. But then again, that's not my problem, I guess. Anyway, I really like to, my point is, it is very difficult to, if a girl or somebody I want to paint has very unnatural colors in kind of the hair or something, that it isn't their color, it's quite hard to get it right because it just isn't. The skin and the hair color doesn't compute. It doesn't kind of come together in a subtle, natural way. I mean, if it's really extreme, like the girls that have crazy, lots of tattoos and a lot of makeup and all that, it becomes kind of a style in itself. But when it's only a girl decides to get blue hair or something like that, it's not pretty. Anyway, blah blah blah. Just toned it down a little bit. So I have to tone down this because I can't really get the face to lighten up until I have toned down the background. And that is also one of the things that are difficult when you paint it, is to make the eyes accept, you know, it's white in that wall, and my brain tend to insist on this being actually white, which of course it isn't. It is some kind of mix of blue, red, orange, maybe I'm using the Naples reddish, Naples gill reddish, something. You see now, and then I go in again and I create directions and I tone down again, and yeah. So now she starts to light up a little bit, and then I can go in with more darkness. Darkness, friend. Now and there. See, there's a little bit bigger distance between this one, so I have to move this a little bit. Or do I? Yes, I do. So, yeah, that's the shadow there. So, like this. Yeah, there's a drawing behind here, actually from one of my girlfriends. Her name is Julia, and not this one, her name was Mette. Funny story, I was deeply in love with Mette, and I loved Julia, but I wasn't in love with Julia. Julia was in love with me, but Mette wasn't in love with me. Well, not in the end anyway. So, strange how things are. Life isn't fair. Anyway. I always tend to fall for the wrong girls. Like Åsta and Ina and Mette and wrong girls. That's basically the ones I've been in love with last. There was one more. She worked in a bar called Blue Monk. It's not there anymore. But that wasn't really deep. So I've been in love actually 3 times since I was 27. And since I was, I'll have to go further back. Wow, I haven't been in love for, Jesus Christ, before that, such a long time. Crazy. 3 times. And it's never going to happen again, I think. Maybe it happens again, but I won't get the girl because I'm getting old. Isn't that funny? Life in a nutshell. Why do I get into these digressions all the time? Go back to painting. You see what I'm doing? You see how I'm working up and down, up and down. And I'm just building textures as I go along. And I'm kind of adjusting on the canvas. I'm adjusting on the palette. I just keep it adjusting. This was also wrong. This one is kind of longer out here, outside her eye. I just noticed. Just have to move that. And what I do, I just pile on some more paint and just move it. There. And that is how I work. I kind of just use the eye, goes down there into the eye, like this. There it's supposed to be. These are the things I don't see in the beginning when I sketch, because I sketch up quite rough. And after a while I start seeing it and correcting it. And then this one will also go longer out here. Okay. And then, okay, I got a battery soon, sad to say. So now I will start with the face. And of course I start with the brightest areas, which is this and this, and her nose, which I really liked, by the way, for some reason. Yeah, and then I just keep bagging on. Until it's done. I have to just want to tighten this up a little bit. See, I changed also my you know, people are kind of drawing. Some people are drawing their paintings on the canvas before they start. I don't get that, because this is drawing to me. It's the same thing. So okay, well, I have to charge the battery, so see you later. Okay, I'm doing this very tiny face, and I'm gonna be a surgeon today. I'm gonna try to get some real work done on it. And I'm gonna try to stay on topic, because it is supposed to be about painting. Let's see here. What I do is I need to even out all to get deep into this small thing here. It's quite difficult, because demands that I am extremely focused and try to find the right see here. I need some medium. See now. I kind of regret a little that I made this into a Patreon giveaway, because there's way too much work on it. But I'm gonna start doing a lot of these small things, and maybe a little bit bigger than these. But it's going to be very interesting to work with these small ones and then the gigantic ones. The contrast between the approaches is quite interesting within in itself, and the flow is different. Because you have to take yourself all the way down in a way to total zen in this, to get it right. I hear so much about meditation, and I think this is the best, especially when I paint when you don't look, or when I don't film. I really go so deep that it kind of rests the mind, and I think that is why I feel so happy when I have a constant flow of painting and creative work. I just tend to bring it with me into the next day. You get better sleep because it lowers the cortisol levels. I'm a very stressed person, naturally stressed. I kind of the master of stress. So this is basically my best drug. This can solve everything in a way. I actually had some wine last night. I don't drink very often for many different reasons. Maybe I should make a video about that. But anyway, and I can actually notice that my eyes are definitely affected by, I think I drank like 5 glasses of wine last night. It's a little over a bottle. And my eyes are definitely affected by it. So you shouldn't do that very often. So you see now I'm trying to go in here and put in the shadow. Just try to shape it. And yeah. So nice with these. These are Da Vinci brushes. They're quite expensive brushes. I also have some that is cheaper, but these are very nice to work with in detail. It's very important that I remember to wash them because I tend to sometimes forget that. I should get new routines like kind of taking the paint off the palette, cleaning the palette and everything, and do that also because I actually lose so much paint if I kind of just leave it on the palette and something happens and I can't paint for a day or two maybe. I tend to just get ruined on the palette. If you take the paint off, the excess, the paint you have left, and you take it off the palette and you put it on a small mirror or something like that, or glass plate or something, you put it in the fridge, not in the fridge but in the refrigerator. It will actually, it will stop the drying process because oil paint is drying very slowly in the cold. So and you also get a fresh start every day. So I think I want to start doing these routines after every session when I'm done in the. Sometimes I've burned myself so much out when I paint that I can't really get myself to do it because I'm just so tired. But it's a good thing, you know, to just, it takes 10 minutes or 5 minutes to clean up, and it is worth it to clean your pencils. I actually use this natural green soap. It's kind of a very natural soap when I clean my pencils. I basically never clean them in turpentine or anything else, unless I do some glazing with a Retouching Varnish or something like that. Then you kind of have to remove the excess varnish, or the pencils are stiffening up and you have to dissolve it in turpentine before you use them and stuff. So that's when I use some turp, but I try to avoid most of turpentine, and I only use it in the medium on my palette. So yeah. Yeah. It's funny to paint this painting because I was deeply in love with this girl 5 years ago. But I can feel now it's okay to paint her now. I actually have several huge paintings that I just had to stop painting because I just felt it all came back in a way when I painted her. And I just needed a break from it. So, but now it's fine. You know, you kind of find someone that your brain tells you are the one, and there's not much you can do about that, because even if you don't want to feel like that, you feel it no matter what. It's not within your power. It's like he says in that movie with Michelle Pfeiffer and you know, that was it Dangerous Liaisons or whatever. It's beyond my control. You know, when he had to break up with her. He was used to be in control, and suddenly he had lost the control, but he had to do it anyway. No matter how much he wanted to not feel anything, he just couldn't stop himself. It's quite strange. Falling in love is a strange thing. And I guess this was the time I did it. And yeah, it only drove me nuts, you know. Anyway, it didn't go the way I wanted anyway, because you tend to become such a fucking loser when you fall in love. All the alpha, all the rationality just goes out the window. And yeah. Anyway, we're going to make a portrait of her. So we're going to talk about, actually, just not about that much, but how it is actually to fall in love, because it is strange. It's a strange thing, because you are so hooked on it. It's like the ultimate drug. And I have actually felt alcohol abstinence on my body when I used to drink more. And this was like 50 times worse. It was just crazy cravings. You crave this person day and night. You just can't stop thinking about her. So strange. Yeah, back to the painting maybe. I always go on these rants online, you know. These crazy rants. And I'm actually gonna stay on topic and just paint a small nose. I like that kind of nose for some reason. I've seen it in other girls too. When they have that kind of nose, I really like it. I think it's some genetic thing there that I find attractive. And also her face is like, it's like it reminds me of, we kind of resemble each other a little bit in the way our faces are built up. So I think it's a quite strong genetic component to it. She has these high cheekbones and broad hips. Anyway, blah blah blah. Yeah. Painting! Shut up! Yeah. as you see, there are even from this here, there comes blue light in, and it hits her face from the side, and I guess that is probably something I need to add in later, maybe. I'm not sure. That is the thing with me when I paint. I don't really know how I paint. I think I have some idea, but everything seems to just evolve out of the first brushstrokes. It's like it is the flow that creates the motif in the end. It's kind of all the choices, all the different. Every time you touch it and you move a little bit closer to the motif. That's really one step closer every time. Or sometimes you fuck up, of course, you can easily fuck it up. Especially when it's this small. You see my pencil now is kind of, you see it's kind of ruined. And when it's this small, that is all that you need, is that kind of, you don't hit the right spot. See now, can't use it. We need another one. For this work, I need a better one. Very small, tiny one. It's actually the kind of pencil I would use to do small signatures, but it's kind of perfect for this job. Now, it isn't white. That is also a thing people tend to do. They use white only as white, and you can't do that. Light isn't white. It has all the colors in it, and that is very important to understand. Yeah, there's the light from the window, like this, and also go down her cheek, like this. Yeah, she has this apple face in a way. She looks like a nice apple. The Rubens Girl, as the Norwegian author Agnar Mykle said in a book called Lasso rundt fra Luna. It's a nice book. 2 books actually. Very sexual books actually. And he was judged for that in it was actually many years ago I was in this. So of course he's dead now. But anyway, he is talking about this girl and writing about this girl that he had sex with, and he called her the Rubens Girl. She had this kind of a plumper butt and nice skin and, you know, almost like a juicy apple. Mm-hmm. It's funny because I'm a sucker for aesthetics, And the models I choose are always they have that sort of beauty that I also find them attractive as a woman. It's not all of them I will fall in love with, but I find them attractive in some way, and they are a certain type, feminine, usually have some broad hips, and like the pear-shaped with the big hips and the smaller waist. A kind of chubby chaser, maybe. A little bit. You know, some friends of mine tell me that the girls I like, they're kind of fat, because some of my friends like the girls skinny, but I don't. I like them with some juice on their body, some fat on their body, some baby fat, is that we call it? It's funny because baby fat, it actually, that is what it is. If a girl has a small waist and kind of a big butt, and she has this excess fat on her butt, that butt fat actually goes to create the brain of the child. And there must be some genetic thing that tells kind of the alpha males. I could consider myself an alpha male because that is my personality type. Of course, when you fall in love, you become quite beta, even if you're an alpha. And that is why a girl should never trust alpha male. If he is in control, he is not in love with you. So to your girls, if he is in control, he is not in love with you. Because even the alpha male is losing control when he falls in love. So, yeah. But I'm very attracted to girls with the broad hips, the extra fat, and I have a very broad I mean, there's almost no limits to the size of the hips and butt. As long as she has a smaller waist, I can, yeah. Why did I talk about that? Talk about everything. Anyway. I can't really fall in love with a girl that doesn't have that shape. And that I know. So I've tried being with girls, really nice girls that hasn't had that typical shape, and they always fall flat. And I don't even bother. There is no point in even trying to fall for a girl that hasn't got this very contrast in the hip and waist ratio, because I won't fall for her anyway. There's just no point. I used Tinder for a while, and I just found out that I just had to ask them, do you have that kind of body shape? Because I'm sorry, I won't fall in love with you if you don't. It's just the way it is. And then they say, oh, you're so focused on the body and stuff. Well, we are animals, and it is all about genes and preferences. You know, men do not fall for a woman because of her brains. He falls first of all because of her looks. And then it's of course very nice if she has a brain, because I love discussions, I love talking about the universe and everything and existence, and I couldn't live with a fool. So, but I wouldn't fall in love with a girl just because she had a good brain. It's all about biology. And yeah, I wish I figured that one out like 20 years ago. Could have avoided so many mistakes. Because I saw it was kind of in the cards. The first woman I kind of fell in love with was my, bloody hell, it was my teacher. I must have been 8 or 9 years old, and I was fascinated by the hip and waist ratio of my first teacher. Okay, I had these dreams about it. And I was a kid, and even then I fell for that difference. So it's so genetic, and that's really ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm inching myself towards something here. Now this nose will be extremely difficult because it's so tiny. What I was wondering about was actually getting myself one of these, enhancement, what do you call it? You can actually put a glass, like you use in surgery or in, what do you call it? Enhancement glass. I don't remember what it's called. Anyway, they could actually put on something and hold. When you go into this detail, you can actually go under and get it enhanced and see better the details. But maybe it would probably just be in the way anyways. Now, why do I want to paint this so small? I actually do want to paint this one. Okay, here we are. Back in business. Back into the beautiful flow. After a couple of days from it. This one. Starting to feel inspired. Maybe it's summer and the hormones. I don't know. Just going to build her beautiful cheekbones. Look at that, huh? This plump, little, beautiful plump face. So I just have to keep on doing this. You go over it again and again and again, and you keep on getting closer and closer and closer. And That is where patience comes in. And that is why the paintings of people like Vermeer and the classics are so incredibly beautiful, because they never gave up. They just kept banging the drum until things were how it was. Even the eyes here are curved, you know, and you have to go in with this incredibly small pencil like this. Even this one isn't small enough to be able to really touch into these things. I think I need a new lens. I'm going to buy a lens that is way more, that can zoom in more, because when I'm painting now I have a zoom lens, but I'm getting, you know, that the camera is getting too close to me, so I can't really move much. I'll kick it over. And I also wonder if I'm going to buy one of these zoom lenses to my iPhone, because you can actually zoom quite well with them, and the video quality now in the iPhones are really good. And I should get myself mic, a better sound system. Okay. You know, it takes nothing to screw up facial expression, and when it's so small, it's even worse. So, just have to. There's a lot of things happening on my phone right now. It's Saturday evening, and I guess go out for a stroll. It's been beautiful weather today, and I guess there's a lot of beautiful girls in the city, and see if we can go out and get some smiles thrown my way. You know, you become 50, it's kind of, you can't expect to get laid every weekend by girls in their 20s. So a smile is fine. Anyway, blah blah blah. Go back to painting. Now what I do is that I keep on kind of tightening things. See how, like this, I love the tightening on these things, and then I have to also make it more fluid when I have tightened it up, so I go over it again and again and again until they just until it kind of tightens up into something clear. You don't want it to be too clear, because then the paintedness tends to fall apart, and you don't want that. But then again, you don't want it to be so painted that you don't get that clarity. Actually, the best paintings of Vermeer is really good. But also seeing paintings of him which are kind of stiff and not that inspired. So it's not every painting that impresses me. I would really love to go back to I love that museum. It's called the Frick Collection in New York. It's on the upper side in Central Park, and they have some of the most beautiful paintings ever created. Rembrandt, Vermeer, Turner, they have so much, and it's such a beautiful place just to be there. Yes, I haven't been there in almost 2 years now, and so I just miss it so. And I'm going to do that, hopefully this fall. God, it's a lot of activity. Yeah. I tried to work, all around. I remember when I went to art school, one of my teachers always told me, because he saw that I always, like most amateurs actually do, especially in the beginning, we tend to get hung up in certain things, and it can actually drain you for energy because you can't seem to get any further. It's like if I only bang on the face, I will keep doing huge mistakes and keep ruining it, and I might use 8 hours on this place here alone and I'm not getting anywhere. So what you should do is just kind of try to work all around and try to finish some more of the different things in the painting. Like this one now, it's a lot of unfinished business here. I keep going back to this. I should go down here and do a lot of work here. And in that suit or dress. And then when I have cleaned up the space, I can go back and do some more work on the other stuff. Just gonna try to find the right color. There's blue here, there's reddish, and you can see the skin through this one. It's actually my mother's dress. She got it off my father, and I think it was the late 60s. And my mother is a beautiful woman, extremely beautiful woman. It can remind you of when she was young. She looked like Snow White. She has totally black hair at the age of, I think she's 73 or 74 now. I don't remember how old my mother is. She was born 1944, I think, so you can figure out yourself. And she still had that beautiful black hair. And sadly, had been smoking for 60 years, so she ruined her skin. But she's still a beautiful woman. I mean, if you are Snow White, you have some leverage in the beauty department. And Well, she was so beautiful in this dress that my father got jealous, and because she got so much attention, and first he buys it to her, and then he didn't want her to wear it in public. And it's kind of, you can actually see through it, so, but I mean, it was also different times. Now the girls are walking half naked everywhere, so I don't really see the point. And nudity has never been much of an issue in my family. My mother was sunbathing basically naked in my childhood. I think that drove my friends crazy in their teens. It's funny, really. Yeah. A MILF, anyway. Hope she doesn't see this. It's funny. So, well, she's still a beautiful woman. Sadly, she still smokes, and it's gonna kill her. So, mommy, stop smoking. Mommy, please. I love you. Stop smoking. Anyway, see now, it's kind of just lights up, because this is clean colors, and that is the thing with me. I always go for the very strong colors. I do like to work with vividness. I think it's because I'm a vivid person. Kind of burn a little bit bright, and this thing in my personality seems to be transferred into my painting. Yeah. As I say, it might not be the best paintings ever painted. Well, they aren't, period. But they are sure real. And the same can be said about me as a person. I can be combative in discussions, and I don't take any prisoners when it comes to insulting people in political discussions and stuff like that. But I am extremely honest, and you always know where I stand. You also know where you stand with me. So, but you know, honesty is hard for some people. Weak people can't stand honesty. They want to live in this bubble. And I don't want to live in any bubble. No bubbles for me. I want to live in reality. So, yeah. Look at that. It's so great to do this. I love this painting, doing this. And then I build what's underneath or beside it, so it just comes out. And this is how Rembrandt built the spear in the Night Watch. First you create shadows, and then, or you create shapes, and then you enhance them with working around them, putting on thick color, so this actually seems like a shadow, but it actually falls in also physically. It just falls into the painting, and it enhances that feeling, multiplying it. And that is what is so fascinating with oil paint, that you can do this molding, and it will always feel very natural. Especially the old Holland paint, which I love to use, is brilliant for building impasto or pastos, brushstrokes and light and stuff like that. So yeah, I really recommend Old Holland. I also used to use, and sometimes I do, but that's only if I don't have any other colors or can't get it or something. I use some Newton, but Old Holland is by far a better color because of the thick constitution, whatever, you know what I mean. Other people have different preferences. Other people might like paint that aren't that thick, that are more fluid, and if you do that, I mean, Winsor Newton is perfect for you. You can also use Michael Harding, which is also a more fluid color. I like Old Holland for its clay-like, clay-like. I can't find a fucking word. Properties, clay-like properties. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. I mean, somebody, I guess somebody were leaning in, I was screaming, properties! Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna quit now and keep painting, and see you later, alligator. Oh. Okay, gonna do some strategic glazing before I got to get this kind of soften up a little bit. It's kind of warmer than I paint. Usually it is quite hard actually or quite difficult to get the right, to tone down, I think, white. It's almost like I always tend to paint it a little bit too white, and I do try to avoid it. So I'm just going to put in some colors into it so I can actually just bring out textures and the colors and stuff. See, it's a lot of textures here now because I just piled on. Maybe I should reevaluate a little bit how I do that, because sometimes I feel it becomes a little bit too much. I just need some paper, actually. It might be a good idea to spend a little bit more time on the sketching process and not get too much textures where they aren't supposed to be. But then again, it also gives something. Now I'm going to start building a little bit more light there. I can even pull it back up again. There's a little bit more red in it. Use some cadmium, red, and some blue, actually cobalt. So I get this, yeah, I think there's also some green there, so it's quite hard to see. I think there's some yellow, some green and yellow. Maybe I should try some yellow, since there's red around it and blue warmer. It might be a little bit more. No, that was too, yeah. Maybe a little little bit more orange-like. No. It's quite difficult to see actually. And I just started painting, so the point is that it takes a while before the eyes actually start to kind of adapt to the colors. Especially if you have been watching a screen, that can be a problem. And it was green, it wasn't supposed to be that. Yeah, that was more like it. Anyway, I will try to put it back up again. I'm gonna load this, and then I will go in, I will go over the whole thing, and I can go in after that, and I can go in with a tiny pencil and get in the small textures and yeah. This, as a patron painting, this is way too much work. I can't do that again. I would go bankrupt if I do that now. Later, if my Patreon grows so I can actually make a living of it, I can do bigger paintings every month like this. But then I mean, a month is not much. A month goes very fast, so you have to. And these paintings also need a little bit more time to dry between the layers, stuff like that. So it can be a problem. But then again, we'll see. It's very nice to work with though. I love this tiny thing. I saw this drawer, I don't remember his name right now, but it's on Instagram. There's this guy who's making these beautiful small tiny drawings type of poor fantasy things. Yeah, kind of tiny like this, or even smaller. Of course it's made in a more cartoon tradition, but they have some, you know, kind of better than that. Well, cartoons can be great, but these have this strangeness to them, and I really felt for them. What's that guy's name? I'm going to try to remember to the next segment. And he has a lot of followers. No wonder, it's really nice stuff. Yeah. There's some blue coming from the side, and it is kind of cobalt blue with white because it comes from the window and kind of shines. So what has to happen is that behind there and this has to be warm, so I can actually get that. So, you know, it isn't bright, so, but I have to get that kind of cleanness of the color into it. The way to do that is to make stuff around it quite one and work from there. Yeah, I have to be darker. Yeah, this also has to be a little bit greenish, maybe reddish. It's always ish. So when it becomes an ish color, it's always quite difficult. And it has to be warm at the same time. So I think, yeah, needs to be a little bit more red in it. Also have to be kept down. Maybe some black could actually make it more neutral. Something like that. Yes. Yeah. It's funny how I'm doing this for hours, hours and hours each day, each and every day. And it's not this I can get tired of. Actually, I can get tired of not getting shit done. Not getting into the flow. That's the hard part. Anyway, you see how I try to link everything now? Trying to push it down and keep it up at the same time. And now we'll start reducing chaos. Just have to down to some green. That's green. Actually, I'm gonna reevaluate how I sketch a little bit, because I can see that I'm giving myself a little bit too many problems, too many overpaints and stuff like that. It's not pretty. It's better if I kind of reach where I'm going faster. Well, I sketch so the sketch is more correct. I don't want to be too correct, because that will actually make the painting process suffer. Because overpaintings are good, you leave your subjectivity into every single brushstroke, and that is the way to go to create a painting that has some personality reflects a person has been struggling, but you don't want to give yourself too many problems either, because it's not necessary to stress more than you have to. See now, it's like this. Yeah, and it's funny, this dress, I've probably said it before in this video, but this dress is my mother's, and I painted so many girls in this. I can't really get tired of it. I have a huge painting, it's like 2 meters, 160 I think. And there's 3 figures, the same girl 3 times. I actually started on it back in 2009 and I never finished it, and it's so strange because it's so beautiful. But it's this suit, and I know I'm going to start doing it now soon, and you're going to see all the texture work I have to do in it. It's going to be so time consuming to get in all the beautiful textures and all this cloth. What do you call it? All this, I can't find the word, it's so annoying. It's kind of a flowery mønster, it's called in Norway, mønster. You know what, I'm gonna fucking Google it, because it's so annoying. Mønster, it's in Norwegian. Yeah, see, I can find it. Google Translate. Pattern, it's pattern. Glaze. It's called, I got the translation, dress pattern. I guess it's the patterns in the I don't think it's the right word. But anyway, the patterns all of small flowers, and it's kind of a see-through dress. So you can see her skin underneath. She has actually a bra on, sorry to say. Kind of screws a little bit with it, but you can actually see. That is why I have these, you know, these it's patterns. So I have to draw in all these small patterns in that dress and make an illusion of there being skin underneath it. And it's quite, you see, I just do that and I can actually paint on top of the white and get that effect. And you keep the textures, but you actually, and I can shape it like that. I need to get a better lens, a zoom lens, so I can get closer when I do this work, so I can get really close to it, so you can actually see all the details. I'm going to buy myself when I can afford it. If you want to help me to afford it, you can actually go to my Patreon and donate $1 or $5 a month. That would be nice. So I can buy some better equipment. That would be even more nice. Let's see. Anyway, that's the thing. And sad to say, she has a black bra underneath, so that's why it's kind of dark here. And it's getting over there, and I have this one goes up like this, and the same kind of pattern over here. So now you can actually see it when I do it. It's hard to get it 100% right. Guess you have to be a hardcore idealist to do that. And I am. So at least you want it to feel, when you're done with it, you want it to feel a little bit natural. That it's not too drawn. Yeah. So I'm gonna keep on doing that dress and the surroundings today for many hours, maybe 8 hours, 10 maybe, and I'm gonna film a couple of more times when I do it, but I'm done with it. I hope I'm gonna get most of the patterns into the dress and stuff. Yeah, okay. So, here we are again. I'm going to try to save this today. Trying to save it. I see I painted it a little bit bigger than the photo. And that is typical. Things to avoid. But you know, it isn't. I'm not using any projector or anything, so it is actually limited to what I can. How close to the original I can come. Just put some glaze on, just to see the colors. I also see that the thing that I've been saying before, I think I'm using a little bit too much textures in the beginning. And I need to focus. If I'm gonna do small things like this, I now see that I need to focus my use of textures more. It's actually one of the few small paintings I've done. Usually my paintings are big and it gives you a little bit more, shall we say, slingringsmonn. I don't know how to say that, but it gives me more, wiggle room. In Norway it's called slingringsmonn, wiggle room. It's almost the same actually, it's quite funny. So, yeah. But with these small ones, it is not much I have to go on. So I need to focus it better, no doubt. And I'm gonna start doing more of these small ones. I need to get another lens to my camera so I can zoom more into the details. Some of you asked me to do that, and I will. Yeah. And it's can be smart to do that. Now you see I am working very small here. The neons are so close together that it's almost impossible to see. It does start to look like her, but still a lot of sweet things missing, like the skin, reddish in the skin color, and those flowery cheeks, and yeah. But I'm going to continue working until I'm at least a little bit closer. I think the first time This is basically the first time I've done something like this small, and it's always a learning process. I still learn as a child. I cannot learn from every single painting. Basically learn something new. And it's a good feeling. It's it's a very good feeling. To know that you are still like a child in a way, taking in information, making use of the information, because that is what this is. It is problem solving on a high level, and you need to, your brain has to be very tuned when you do it. You can't do this, as I've been saying many times, hungover. You can't possibly get into that kind of detail if you drink too much or don't get the right nutrition. It is funny because 2 weeks ago I had this party with a friend, or this guy. Another party where we had a couple of bottles of wine, and it basically took me 2 weeks to get back my clarity, a clear head. So I think I have decided to quit. I have so many loose ends to fix that I'm going to take an indefinitely break from Mr. Alcohol and only focus on my paintings and my economy and fixing my body after my next hip replacement surgery. So I'm gonna only focus on that. And saying that 2 weeks after the last time I had alcohol, that says something, because I really can feel how fresh I'm feeling now and how happy I am. I've been to training today and I have done a lot of other stuff, work. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of shit done when I'm staying away from alcohol. And it's only 14 days, so yeah. Okay, blah blah blah. No wonder these videos are getting long and that I'm not getting many viewers talking about my personal life all the time. Not a good idea. Yeah. The clarity, even my eyesight is better 14 days after. I'm gonna make a video about my life and when it comes to alcohol and other strange addictions, and how it is to live as an artist. And my advice, and at the age of 51, I think I have a lot to tell young artists what they should avoid. You know, this thing about the artist being so, being like the Christiania Boheme, or the Bohemians as they called. Most of them were just totally fucking depressed all the time. And the ones you hear about is the ones that actually got famous. Most of the people, most of the artists who start drinking and start to not focus on their work, you never hear from them again, because the alcohol or the drugs takes over and then they're gone. You won't do better art just because you are using a stimuli to cope with your life. Sorry, but that is the goddamn truth. What you need to, if you want to do something really good, or try to get to a point where you can actually do something good. I'm not saying this is good, I'm just saying I'm trying. And yeah, you have to stay focused and sober, or you won't make it, period. So take my advice. I've done all the mistakes a gazillion times, and yeah. You see, now I'm trying to shape this. What I'm trying to do now, I'm starting out with this kind of crude sketch. Then the rest is actually a cleanup process. What I'm doing now is cleaning, house cleaning. And after a sketching process, that is basically what you do. It's just a house cleaning thing. I try to focus every brushstroke, so focus everything more and more until you have that fluency, like this beautiful light here. And I have to tone everything around it, I have to focus everything around it to be able to get that small beautiful light in that here. And yeah, that is what I'm basically working on right now. And also focusing the background, focusing everything around it. It's basically having a blurry picture and try to focus the lens. That is basically what I do, focusing the lens. Like this line here, I'm trying to get it sharper and sharper, but at the same time try to keep the paintedness of it so it doesn't stiffen up and become very rigid. You do not want rigid paintings, and that is the first thing you can see when you can see an amateur or a person who doesn't know much about painting or haven't built up his skill set yet. It's always this kind of blunt hardness over the lines and stuff, because they don't really know how to blur them. And what you do is just go over and over and over, and often you have to work for hours because you have to make everything wet. So it's basically starting to fuse the colors into one another when they are wet. Like here, there's a shadow here. I could actually do this, make this bigger. If you see now, I'm just going over here. I have to figure this out right now actually, so I'm just going to see if it works. Shadow, okay, it's over here. So we just go over the whole thing. Fuck, I need more color. I think I'm going to start having a camera on my palette at the same time so you can see what I'm doing. Yeah. Okay, there's a shadow. Okay, now you see I'm kind of blurring this out. And then I go back in there and I do like this and I heightens this up again. And now you can see the colors are kind of starting to glide into one another. And you're kind of removing more and more the line. Because when it's wet and wet, you just almost like watercolor like this. I'm toning it up again, so you can actually see that, starting to see that this shadow now actually hits the wall. And yeah, there. Then I go on this side, tighten it up, tighten up, tighten up. And that is basically how I do these things, and that is why you have to go and look at the most beautiful Vermeer paintings, because he has a lot of that happening in his paintings, where he actually has basically painted wet and wet, and he gets that beautiful more and more elusive dissolvement of the lines, and that is where, that is, in my submission, in my opinion, that is where the real aesthetics is to be found. Not in motif cares. It's a milkmaiden, it's a girl with a milk jar. Cares. It's not political. It isn't telling an important story. So it's not the motif that makes it beautiful. It is the light and how he has done all these things. That's what is important. I'm going to keep banging that drum in every video. It's still not elusive enough. I think there's going to be some reddish, bluish type of color in there with the black, so I can actually make it even more. Is it translucent? I need to start reading more English books so I can evolve my English, make myself understood in a better way. And I'm going to try to, no, I'm not going to try, I'm going to learn how to play the fucking piano, because I always wanted to learn how to play the fucking piano. So now when I quit drinking, I have time and energy to play the piano. I think just an hour or two a day, just to relax, do something else, learn how to touch like when I listen to Rachmaninoff, I can basically feel what he thinks when I hear the music. Actually, I fell in love with piano music. It's quite a coincidence. I watched the 80s. Also watched, of course, the Mozart movie, but the one movie that really made me want to play the piano, and it's over 20 years ago. So it's ridiculous that I haven't done it yet. What if I died and haven't done it? This would be such a shame. I can't die without learning, to play the piano. Anyway, it was the movie Beethoven with Gary Oldman, which actually made me fall in love with piano music. You know, before I went to art school, I was a DJ, or tried to become a DJ, or was a DJ wannabe, or a little bit of a DJ. And I liked pop music and stuff like that. I did like Cure and some of that music, but it wasn't until I started in art school I got my eyes up for classical music. And usually I don't listen to that much classical music when I'm painting, but sometimes I do, and I can feel how I just connect with it immediately. Maybe we should put it on now and just go into that flow, that deep Beethoven or Rachmaninoff flow. That I should like Rachmaninoff is quite strange, because Rachmaninoff can be a little bit confusing, because he's going through so many different nuances and different, from the totally abstract to the chaotic to the very, very beautiful and sublime. That was a word, sublime, that popped into my head now. I can actually see it popping into my head. I could see the word sublime popping up in front of me. That is not see like see, that would make me psychotic, but kind of subconsciously was looking for a word, and the word sublime came up, and that's the right word, so the sublime. And this is what I think about here too, the sublime, when you can really reach that level of translucence or the sublime in all the different nuances. That is when great art actually appears, great painting. And that is the part that is difficult. That is the part that takes years upon years. The first years you are painting, you're doing very fast progress, and then it slows to a crawl, and then you have to fight like a fucking madman for every small progress. And that is where most people stop. It's almost like in the taekwondo. You know, I've told my master many times, you give these people a black belt and you never see them again. Because actually getting the black belt is just the beginning, and it's when you take the second and the third and the fourth. That is when it's really getting difficult, okay? It's difficult to get a black belt too, but not as difficult. Definitely not as difficult as it used to be when I got it. So People usually quit long before they get to black too. They can't take the pressure, they can't do the job, they can't take the pain. It's like you're going to the gym and the first weeks you get quite a good progress and then it slows down. It's the same thing with addictions. When you if you have been drinking too much for a while and you stop, you get a very good your health gets better very fast, almost on a daily basis. But then you get to a point where all the gains get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then boredom starts to pop in because you can't really understand why the hell don't I do it? And then you start getting bored, and if something happens, boom, you have that bottle of wine again, and the day after you realize why you weren't going to do it. So it's always to get to that point where it's also digression, but is to get to over that point, over that where it actually becomes really, really frustrating and you feel like you're not getting anywhere. That is when the real work begins. It's like, I don't remember who said that, but it was a guy when the push-up starts to hurt, that is when training begins. I told a guy in the gym today, a young guy, and a very nice guy, and he was training and I saw that he was not in it. I know him a little bit from before, giving him advice, and he said, and I asked him, why are you here? Why are you training? Oh, he wanted to grow his muscle. And I just told him flat out, the way you are training, you will never grow muscle because you're not pushing yourself over that, pushing yourself past the pain threshold. And every growth comes from some sort of pain, emotional pain, physical pain, some kind of pain. Growing is painful. Even growing is painful. Actually, I was lucky there because I didn't grow much from I was 14 and up, but I'm like 172 tall, tall, yeah. So I'm under average tall, but I used to be in my childhood the biggest one. So I didn't actually have the growth problems that other people I know had. Anyway, most growth comes from pain. Pain. And if you don't embrace pain, and in painting too, it's painful, you don't succeed, and it's fucking painful. So, you just have to endure the pain. People sometimes tells me about, oh, you have such talent. No, not really. Not more than others, but I have a great talent for pain, taking pain. Really good at taking pain. In a way, I love pain because it makes me feel alive. So, yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway. So, I'm going to stop filming and paint some more. So, see you later. Okay. Yeah, this has of course turned into a nightmare and becoming more and more time consuming as I go along. I also have noticed the value of actually sketching better from the beginning when I do these paintings. It's really important to use more time on the sketching process. There is absolutely no doubt about that, because if you don't, you get into the conflict of feeling that things aren't right, and manic as I am, I have this need to get things right, and not that you would notice actually, or the customer or the patron who gets this painting would know that it isn't totally after the painting. It's not anyone would notice, but it's kind of important to me. Despite I'm not trying to be a photorealist. I'm a painter, not a photorealist. But what happens when you don't get the drawing right is that it confuses the brain, and you start kind of stabbing in the dark, and you can't really focus your energy on the important things, because you keep on seeing different things that aren't right, and I keep banging that drum over and over and over, getting more and more frustrated, and this painting now has taken so many hours, and if I had the drawing right from the start, I would have been almost finished now. Instead, I have been going back and forth with the face, with this one, this thing that the flowers are in, and just moving everything around, and moving this a few times back and forth. And I noticed that I started really to lose patience, and I just had to step back and decide that the time frame I put in, I was thinking to be finished with this actually today, maybe tomorrow, but I realized that that will not be possible, because there's so many things that I've rearranged that I have to clean up, that I just have to bang this drum a few more times until I can actually feel that it's starting to become closer to my intention. Yeah, so make sure I will do that next time. I will use the mirror, compare, and if you take a mirror and you compare when you sketch, you will get it right, basically right away. It's not like using a projector, which I would think was cheating, but it's kind of a little bit of the same. It's easier for the brain to actually see where it's wrong, where it's right, what you have to adjust. And I even worked until I made the head bigger and bigger and bigger, and that is also a problem you have to avoid. Never make things bigger and bigger, because you get into, then you start making other things bigger, and in the end it isn't any more room on the canvas to finish the painting. I remember in art school, I've told this story before in another video, but there was this girl in art school that was making this sculpture, and it just kept on growing and growing and growing, and she couldn't get it right, and she just kept on adding more and more clay, and in the end she has basically used up the clay in the art school, and it basically looked like one of the sculptures from Easter Island, smaller version of course. That was because she hadn't decided the size in the first place, and it's so important that you decide when you start how big it's going to be, and it's going to stay within that frame, and you're not going to deviate unless you have done some big. If I had painted the if the head was right, it was almost finished, and I noticed that the shoulders, or I noticed that something was off in the body, I wouldn't actually make the head smaller, I would make the body smaller, because the head always have to be where you measure everything. You have to figure out a point in your painting where you decide, okay, this is the point where I measure everything, and you let it grow from that point. I mean, if you are using a projector, that is not a problem, because everything is perfect from the start, the drawing, and there's no need to any adjustments. And that is probably also why I think many of the projector works that I see some people do are so flat and boring, because they don't need to do all this overpainting and adjustments and cleanups that I have to do during the whole process. I'm basically here too. I haven't actually I haven't seen what I was doing. I'm just standing here painting for morpho, as it's called in a way, just like randomly, without actually looking. And now I just have to, as I say, take that step back and get everything right, and then start adding all the details after I have gotten the drawing right. And yeah. So now you know, life is hell, painting is hell, and that's my life. So yeah, painting is nice. It's a nice thing, actually. I'm looking forward to get more details into the flowers and stuff, but as I say, first there must be some cleanup, and have to figure out the mistake I've done and fix it. So yeah. Yeah. And it's so funny because it's the same story every time. It's when it's apples, or it's big paintings, or small paintings. It's the same thing over and over again. Same struggle, the same thing. Finding the right colors, finding the right... yeah. Just gonna, this one too, it's like here, goes in there, this one goes from there. I'm actually adding in using some black now, because I just want to get the drawing more correct. And then I will add in, over this, I will add in more colors in the shadows later. I just want to get it kind of right, so I have a good starting point to get the other things right. You see, this is longer. This goes longer down, and I can actually see that I have lost like this. I made this body a little bit bigger than in reality, and it's not good. It survives, but the frame comes in, so that will also cut it a little bit. So I dragged it out. That wasn't actually the intention, and shame on me. But I'm gonna accept it and just finish it as it is, and do even a better job next time. I'm gonna get this to become a nice painting, but it's really annoying to me knowing that I basically made it this much. I pulled it out this much because I didn't, not up here, it's actually down here. So it should have been a little bit broader and a little bit more down here. I can't do anything about that now, so I'm just gonna fix it as good as I can. And yeah, what I also did now, I made this, tried to make this kind of, it actually is going to be down here. So I tried to kind of compromise, not compromise it, but compress it. But I'm gonna accept that I lost this much, and I'm gonna accept that this one comes a little bit too close to that, to here. The composition level is a little bit off, but well, compared to the photo I am actually painting, it's not. I mean, if I decided to paint it as this, that would of course be a different story, because but I prefer to get it right. But this very often happens when I paint. Usually I paint things a little bit bigger than the photo or the object I have in front of me. I don't know really why I tend to do that, but it's maybe a thing the brain does to maybe it has to do with attention, maybe it has to do with some tendency in my brain to exaggerate stuff, and yeah, this one is too big, has to be smaller, this one has to be bigger. Now I just made it smaller because I'm talking, I wasn't actually concentrating enough. So this one is actually coming down here, and this one has to be totally rearranged. So that is why, as I say, it's really important to do the groundwork correct, so we don't get into this situation, which actually takes, doing small mistakes like this takes days of being able to finish a painting. It really, and it's really frustrating, so make sure to get the first sketch right. And now this is way too broad. I'm talking, I'm not focusing, and I'm tired actually, And I have my neighbor is actually starting to try around with his fucking charts. Okay. Yeah. So that is where I'm in this painting right now. I thought I had everything. I thought the face was quite finished. I thought I just have to dissolve it again and start all over. And I can kind of feel that pain of that too, when I know I'm going to get into this difficulty every day. I'm actually a little bit out of time. I should have been home with my parents now, on vacation. But I have to finish some paintings first. So I'm a little bit behind, and that is also frustrating. So it's a lot of things that affects the work. That is why I have to put myself into the state of basically zero and just get these things right, and then go for gold. I'm always happy when I'm done, you know, when I'm finished, and I just send it to the person who's gonna have it, and you know, we're always pleased with what I've done after I've done it. So I'm probably gonna be pleased with this one too. So yeah. Now I'm not sure this one. Yeah, you see, this one is going to be down here. I actually moved this hand up. And that was totally wrong, because, as I said, I tried to do that. And then I also moved this flower up. And it's just fucking wrong. It's just totally wrong. It's so frustrating. It's actually down there. Just use this one and just take it the fuck away and start over. Just let it dry maybe. Because now it's more correct. And I have to move this flower a little bit down. There's a lot of, you know, when you get into, this is when you really start to appreciate Vermeer. When you get into these details and see how much time and effort it actually takes to do paintings like this. This one comes. No, that was also. Fuck. This is hopeless now. It's so wet and it is just sticky and disgusting. So, I guess I just have to clean up. It's so annoying having a store upstairs. It's starting to make noises in the mornings. But then again, it's better than if it was an apartment upstairs, because then I could play loud music during the night. So I guess there's something with everything. Just extremely frustrated right now. So I'm going to stop this filming and just try to fix it and see See you later. Okay. I'm trying to figure out this one. And it's not easy. That's for sure. Should try with a little glaze of red, I think, just to see. Maybe a little bit of blue, just to let it kind of glide into the colors, and just try to work on top of that. Just need some paper. So, the thing with me is that I'm never pleased, and I just keep on painting and painting and painting until I kind of spent until I kind of ruined what was good in the first place. And with this one, it has been a great back and forth. So the neons are so small, and it's nothing that kind of gets it over the edge all the time. Then again, you just have to go into this deep concentration, try to figure out what's going on. You know, it's all these very nice things, just mouth and everything. And it's very important to get these things right. And also the most difficult. So there we are. Yeah, I'm just gonna try to figure it out. The funny thing is how I try to avoid it all the time when I'm facing these problems. So, but as a guy said, I listened to this thing on YouTube today. I mean, I've been thinking this, you know, when you try to learn a new thing, or you try to solve problems that are difficult, it is actually the pain center in the brain that lights up. And of course, we are actually made to try to avoid pain. So when you come to a point which you come to a skill wall when it comes to painting or anything else you do. It's funny, I've been thinking about this because this is what I felt was happening. Every time I reach that point where I can't really work around the problems and get it right, I kind of shut down and I try to avoid the problems. I could actually wash my whole studio, the floor, with a toothbrush instead of actually starting to paint on this painting. And it would actually feel better because I was in control. And that, of course, doing the floor doesn't really challenge me on any level. It's just patience. You're not going to make something important, something that is important to me anyway. But then again, the only way to do it and get better is to jump into it and keep banging the drum until you get it right, and then you feel this incredible release when you're done, which is priceless, which in a way is enough to keep a painter going. She has such a beautiful face, and it isn't. That is kind of also why I feel so strongly getting it right. I'm going to do more portraits, more small studies. I'm going to go back to school in a way, like I used to. And look at every painting not as something I'm going to finish, but something I'm going to learn from. That is of course what I do all the time, but it has become more stress lately because I need to finish so many commission works and stuff like that. But now I also want to go back to school, kind of learn how to paint again. I never went to a school actually, but I'm gonna, school myself. I'm gonna go back into using my time looking at old masters, how they painted the different things. Actually, I did a lot of that, I used to, and then I kind of lost it. And I need to bring back all these things. The classical music when I'm painting, the studying. I almost became a little bit complacent. In a way I thought, well, I know these things. Or I don't, actually, to be honest. I have so much to learn. So, I'm going back to school myself. Now, these things are very difficult because if you do a little bit too much, it kind of just stiffens up. And you don't want that. I've seen that some, even in Vermeer's paintings. I've seen maybe there was early works or whatever, but I can actually see that some of the lines are too stiff, and you just lose that fluency and the beauty that those subtle layers give to the painting. And that is what I have to work with. That is the law. That is the thing. That is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back and schooling myself in these things and try to get much better to solve those problems. Because I'm good at kind of making big paintings, that's all in all, if you look at them from a distance and don't go into concrete detail. I'm good at getting it seem like it's good painting. But to me, It isn't. Well, it isn't directly bad either, but it's a little bit over average, but not kind of the level I want to reach before I see my last Sunday. So that's what I will do. Better myself. I have a friend who's a good painter, and I think I'm going to ask him because he's better at these things than I am. His name is Leandro Casiano. Should look him up. Very good. He's not on YouTube or anything, but I'm trying to get him there because he knows so much about oils and making his own linen oil and mediums and everything. So I'm trying to make him start a YouTube channel. He has so much to give, and he also enjoys teaching others, so I'm trying to get him to make a channel. It's quite hard to get in there, but I'm going to keep on banging the drum. Okay. You know, there's one thing I wouldn't care about. You know, in Norway we had this big debate about what is art and everything, and we have the figurative artists against modernists and stuff, and I never really cared much about that debate. But there were a time, and I still do, they still discuss these things. I don't really know why. But to me, the question, what is art, is not really important at all, because it is infinitely elastic. So it's no need actually, in the modern tradition of art, there's no point in actually having that discussion at all, because, as I say, it's infinitely elastic. And it's just hearsay and an opinion. Modern art doesn't have any objective standard, and it's impossible to claim that something is art and something else isn't, especially when you don't have that. You don't point to some objective standard like you do in science or in classical art, where you can actually just say, okay, Rembrandt is one of the greatest painters, and Leonardo da Vinci is probably the greatest artist because of his ingenuity and science, and he was kind of an everything person. He was both a natural philosopher, or scientist as it's called now, and a painter. And for him it was actually as I read in his biography, it's actually the science work that he was most fascinated by, and other things were just something he did for a living in a way. But back then they also used, of course, they had to have drawing skills and stuff if they wanted to do any science work anyway, because it was a way to document and study things like the human body and stuff like that. You don't have didn't have X-ray and stuff back then, so, or photographs, so. You even see it in Darwin's drawings of things. He was a real artist, really good drawer. And yeah, I wish we could go actually back to more of that. I also see many people are buying these boards where they draw on the iPad thing or these things, and it's sad really because you get a totally different feeling by touching and having the object in front of you like this. You can't build textures on a board, but here you can build a sculpture. You can actually keep adding on and extracting and adding on and extracting, going back and forth, and it becomes more and more beautiful. And you start building and building and building. Yeah. So if you're doing this kind of work, do not go into computer world and fuck it up for yourself. Original works are so much better. Anyway, see. So now you can see I'm working with this, the details in the blouse here, and I think the face is starting to become better. Yeah, I actually figure out sitting, when you make small paintings like this, actually sitting was a good idea. Also because of the hip that I haven't done yet. It kind of started to hurt a little bit when I stand too long. So it's almost like I found a better focus when I was sitting. It might be true. And I noticed that I put in way too much color in the beginning. When I work with small stuff like this, I need to be as I was talking about, I have to be way more careful with when I sketch, because some of the problems I meet when I put on too much color in this small thing is that if I've done some mistake, there's a lot of lumps, and when it's a big painting, that doesn't really affect it that much. But when you're going to do small details like this and you're going to keep changing them, you're going to have to work on top of textures. And the best thing is for me to get the biggest effect, like that effect is the same that you see in the Night Watch of Rembrandt. It's exactly the same way. I kind of build behind it. I build thick colors, and in the end it will actually feel like the shadow is just... I don't actually have a shadow from this one like in the Night Watch. That would even be better if there was a concrete shadow hitting here, because then I could just put a glaze or something on top of all the other textures, and it would actually feel like a real shadow, and it would basically be exactly how a shadow works in reality. But there's no shadow here, so that's not going to happen. But anyway, it's the same thing I do, and when it's so small, I need to be more mindful, I noticed. So next time I make a painting like this, it will be even better, because I learned that this time to use basically more time on the sketching process and not be in a hurry. Take it slow, Be mindful, go into Zen and stay there. Now this is too big and I might just keep it that way. It's kind of cool. It's a little bit over the top. I'm not here to make it totally... if I wanted to do absolute photorealism, I would probably use a projector like many of the ones who does and trace stuff, but as I've said many times before in other videos, if you've seen it, I'm more interested in the paintedness that occurs with all the adjustments. But I also, as I just said, I want them to have address, and I don't need to make more chaos than I have to. I don't need to make more problems for myself that I have to, because this is actually difficult enough in the first place. So that was a little bit shitty. What did I do now? It's funny because I realized that if I'm going to make small paintings like this, I really have to take basically the same price as for bigger paintings. Now this is a Patreon giveaway painting. I clearly regret doing that because it has taken me so much effort, and even effort to get started, which has been some of the more difficult parts of it. When you, as I said, difficult things for the brain, trying to do difficult things actually feels or lights up the same system that feels pain. And from evolution we are made to avoid pain. So it's always difficult every day actually to get started. And also because of all the pain I had the last 3 years in my hips and stuff, I kind of was a little bit burned out because of I couldn't sleep that good and stuff. But now I'm kind of getting back into it, so I'm starting to feel good. And I hope that after my second hip replacement now, I will really start to rebuild everything. My body, my production, everything. Because it has really been a struggle. Actually been a struggle It's been a struggle since I fell in love with this girl, to be honest. 5 years, 5 years, yeah. But, you know, you learn so much from falling. And it's almost like you fall. And just like the myth, the phoenix, you burn out and you just come back with a vengeance. And that is exactly what I feel I'm about to do when it comes to my painting and my life and everything. And I learned so much. Every time, I think I had about 2, 3, I had one small crisis when I was in my like 18, 19 years old, 17, 18, and then I had one after actually partying too much and gaining weight, and after partying too much in art school, and I basically replaced exercise and martial arts, karate, boxing, stuff like that, with alcohol and painting. And in the end, there was more partying than painting. And then I got really, really depressed. And I also managed to work myself out of that. And there's been other sad things happen too in my life, but then the last breakdown was this, not breakdown, it was just that almost like the lights went out. And I felt sad for 5 years, 4 years, still do in a way, but I kind of starting to feel this beautiful connection, some kind of calm that I didn't feel that intensely before. It's a different kind of calm. It's almost like you've been to war and you come home and you just sit in a chair and you contemplate everything, and everything else just seems so incredibly insignificant. Now it's just life, it's just living. And no stress. And that is the beauty of painting. You can have a life where you can do what you love, and if you're like me, can earn some money on it, and you can have the freedom to live your life as you choose, and at the same time be a little bit content. I mean, what a perfect life. How lucky we are. I am being born in the West, where I can actually be an artist and make a living from it. It's amazing. Anyway. The sense of meaning, that is the whole thing. That is the point of the whole thing. That is why I paint. It gives my insignificant existence an illusion of meaning. Strange. I've been saying that so many times now, I probably bore you. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Am I sorry? Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Maybe you can learn something more than just painting from what I say. You see how I work now? I have to, if I did all these things from the start, I went slowly down and I put everything in exactly where it was going to be, I wouldn't have to do this much adjustment, and I would have become much further in the painting process. Because I'm kind of manic about these things, I have real problems not making it exactly how it is. But also, I'm not after this photorealism, so there is kind of a conflict there. But I wanted to at least feel alive. Okay. Now some of this, now all this is now too white, so what I do in the end is to go over everything and kind of calm down some places and bring out other places, like putting in more shadows, getting these things more at the place where they are supposed to be. And that is also important because everything we do is symbols, and the brain are working on a symbolic level. I have a symbol for everything in this painting. Symbol for nose, symbol for lips, symbols for this drawing I just did there. And the thing is that the brain tend to make it quite drawn and not dynamic at all. And one has to fight with that a lot. So that's why I think it's important to have a very good beginning, so it makes it easier to have a fight and not wasting time on things I should have done a long time ago. It's funny, there was a person who said, if you think about that you're going to die every day, someday you will be right. And that is basically how I feel. I think about death every day in some form or another. I wake up to this feeling of crisis, and I cannot go to bed with the feeling of crisis. And it's very nice to what's nice to do what, I don't know. Nice. I feel kind of happy anyway when I do this kind of work. So yeah. Anyway. No wonder I have a subgroup. You can be glad I'm not that political, because I'm actually very political. But I try not to be too political on my channel. I have to do so much work. Jesus. Never ends. I really need to get some sleep. I used, basically today I used 6 hours. I actually sketched the small green apple. And then I was walking. By the way, I was walking in circles around this painting for 3 or 4 hours until I actually managed to start painting. And now I just don't want to quit. But I have to because I'm so tired. And it's so annoying because I know tomorrow I'm going to use a lot of time again to get into that flow. But I also know if I now do the right things, I will condition my brain to wanting to get back to it like it used to be before I got all my pain and stuff. So that's what I'm also going to work hard on, to condition my brain to wanting to do the right things. Now, I'm very honest with you, and I know that people are basically the same. So my experiences in life might, and I know some people tell me, there was actually one woman who said she hated listening to my horrible voice. And I guess I can't win them all. Maybe it's a lot of people who think that. And if it was up to me, I would actually just put on a concert with Coldplay or some documentary or something and just stand here painting without thinking about copyright issues and stuff like that. Sadly, I can't risk that, so maybe I should try to be just silent. You can tell me what you think. I can take it. I have what do you say, thick skin and a broad back, and I am very opinionated, so I will probably do it my way anyway. But some more feedback from my subscribers would be nice. What do you want me to talk about? What do you want me to paint? What do you want me to... What kind of video do you want me to make? Stuff like that. That would be nice. Yeah. I will put in hyperlinks from now on, so you can actually jump around to the different segments. I mean, my videos are so long that it will be difficult for people to maybe remember where they let off. Now, I think YouTube has a tendency to send you back to where you jumped off the videos, and that is a good thing. See that, the light coming in there? That's nice. That gives it a lot of life. Oh my, I can't really stop now. So into it, but my whole body is just aching. So I guess I'm just gonna stop, and I'm gonna continue tomorrow. And thank you for watching and bearing with me and me talking. I'm gonna start doing some live streaming soon, so I can connect with my subscribers more. That would be smart. That would be nice. Then I can have these long 10-hour sessions. Just stand here and answer questions. That could be something. Say yeah. So annoying. Oh, I need to do it. Oh. So. I love this. I'm really looking forward to it. I think I want to make them a little bit bigger. Yay. Okay, see ya. Yay. Okay. I'm doing house cleaning and details, and yeah, figure out that sitting was a much better deal, as I told you before. And I'm inching myself towards a finished product. I was actually planning to finish this today, but I can see that that's not gonna happen. It's way too much to correct, and as I said before, if I didn't learn anything else, learn to use a little bit more time on the sketching process, and when I do these types of paintings, it's really important to get it correct. It is going to become quite nice, but I can see that I have a lot of texture issues because I didn't focus enough in the blocking process. I think it's called blocking actually. So I had to correct things over and over and over again, and it's very, very time consuming. So yeah. So I probably talk about the same things over and over again. I can't always remember what I was talking about last time. You see now? Now I start to just put in points of light. I have basically got it now. I just need to differentiate the different objects in the painting. Underscore things like the line here. That kind of enhances stuff like that. That kind of enhances the painting and gives it a more realistic feel to it. Some things that I find quite annoying, because there is this thing going down there, and I'm so manic in actually getting everything as close to correct as possible that I keep changing stuff. I wanted to have this richness in detail. I'm actually getting tired, so I should. I was actually supposed to stay awake until 10. I can feel that I really need some sleep. Still let myself be distracted. So I use a few hours actually getting into the painting, and I have to work actively with that. So nice because I build out the light here. I build it with thick colors, like I did in my Holocaust survivor painting. The same effect in the background. It's a huge painting, but I use the same Rembrandt disc techniques. What you do is that you just build here in the light, you just build up thick color, and then you keep all these other shadow parts down, so you get the difference in almost, do you get that relief feel to it. And that's the sculpture part. I don't know. Put in some red here too. I see there was some red there. So then it lights up because the Prussian blue is quite green, and with some cadmium in it, really lights up. The same thing here actually. So you get this complementary contrast in the background here, which and lights it all up. And I love that. There's daylight out there. Exaggerate a little bit. It can also be a cool thing. So yeah. Mm-hmm. We should zoom a little bit, if it's possible. Do something with the flowers there. Problem is that I put in way too much texture in that the flowers there from the beginning, and at this point I get a little bit into trouble with it because the sculptural effect becomes a little bit too random. And that is why next time I do something like this, something this small, as I say, I will start out a little bit slower and just work myself slowly up. Not kind of start with too much paint. I was actually thinking about it too before I did it, but then again, I am a closet impressionist, so it is sometimes hard to keep myself down, hold myself back. So yeah, it's out of shape too. Need to shape it more correctly. Maybe it's a little bit smaller. This one. Not really. This one and this one. Could probably paint a big painting. Same time I've used on this one. Yeah. This vase is actually going to become quite cool. There are water in it. And yeah. To tone it down a little bit. I think I'm too tired now to continue. So I should just close it down. Let it dry and then painting on top. You see how incredibly much time that goes into. I've been using this small pencil now for most things in this painting, for the face, for everything. Have lasted a long time. I'm impressed by this pencil. And that is what happens when you start taking care of your pencils. Because I have taken care of this one. Washing it with this natural green soap and getting all the color out of it after I've been painting. So I've actually given a lot back for the price tag. It's also a different mode. It's actually synthetic. Didn't know that. Some plans behind it. You just can shimmer there. Okay, I just need to close it down. I'm too tired for this now. My body aches actually, my whole body. I've been concentrating so much. And that can happen, you get stressed and tied up, and it's better to let it dry and hopefully do 1 or 2 more layers and then I'm done. Yay! Okay, I'm gonna put on some Retouching Varnish, is this one, and I'm actually gonna try to finish this painting today, so hopefully it will be okay. It's gonna be a struggle, but hopefully I will be able to. I'm gonna use a more synthetic pencil from Da Vinci. Because I have put on so much color that I'm afraid it's going to dissolve when I put this on. It has been drying for a few days, but you know, you never know. The whites are usually drying quite slowly. So yeah, you see now it's more contrast. It comes to come out here. And you start to see more detail, and it makes it easier for me to see where I'm going. I'm also going to do some glazing, but very strategically when this have dried for a few minutes, like 10 minutes or something, and then I will start painting, and hopefully in about 10 hours I will be done. If, and that is a big if I don't screw up the face. I have to start with the face, try to go very slow, because it takes nothing to kill it, and it can be so frustrating. So yeah, you see here too, it's so thick with color here now that it can actually dissolve. Usually I just hang it over an oven, and it makes the paint dry faster, at least on the surface. So yeah, that's what we do. You see, now it's starting to dissolve. You can't, if it only surface dry, you can do it once, but you can't go in and do it over. I can't go in here now and start doing that, because that will start to dissolve, and you don't want that, that's for sure. Anyway, it's oil paint, so you can actually go over it again, but it can be a bitch. Yay! I'm just gonna wait like 10 or 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and then I will start painting. So, there we are. Yeah. Okay, it has been drying for a while. It's a little bit sticky still, and that's what it is supposed to be. So as I usually do, I take my French ultramarine and my copple, and of course I forgot the thing. So now I want to put some bluish in the background, and I will try to give some more warmer color to the dress. I will just start. Then of course I will take away some of it when I'm done. I will just do like this. I use this pencil now. Maybe I should use this for it. Just gonna go over it here. I've learned a lot from this, and despite that I feel I've done myself a disservice in how I put some of the textures on from the beginning, I now know how to do a better job next time, and that's a good thing. That's how you learn. You just keep on piling on until you just do your mistakes and you evolve as painter. There's no more to say or do. Now there's more blue inside. You see now? You get this. You almost, now the white is coming through here, and it makes everything just come alive. Actually, I use my cobalt instead here because it's going to be more blue inside there. I will of course take away some, but now the nice textures are coming in, and when I take away some of it, the textures is just beaming inside there, and it kind of keeps it a little bit down, so it gives the whole painting a little bit more. I see the textures now. I'm gonna show you at the end of this painting how this just makes it fall in to place. I've been wondering about how can a person who is actually restoring old paintings know the difference between layers of paint like that and actual brush strokes. I have no idea how they can differentiate those things. There's a little bit too much over there. We'll take away some with some paper. Just want to have some paper around when you do stuff like this. Now this one is kind of a little bit more subdued than the rest because it's not down there. But I'm also going to paint a little bit inside it. I see there's some greens that I want to maybe enhance a little bit and stuff like that. But despite that, I think it's okay. Just going to continue. Now the dress has some warmer things in it, so just take some warmer color. You see it's way too much here, but then again I'm gonna scrape this up again. Actually, it should have been maybe, yeah, this side is bluer. So we'll just go over that and the dress at the same time. And I will get all the textures kind of starting to pop out of it. And after a while this dress and she will start coming more out of the painting. And yeah. That is glazing. No idea how other people do it, but that's how I do it. So, yeah. Just to get some life into the surfaces. I'm going to paint over most of it anyway. So, but I'm going to be very careful today, trying to pinpoint some exact places I want to enhance or push down so that I can get more sculptural effect. Do they say the details are in the pudding, or is it that the pudding is in the detail? I don't know which one it is, probably both. And yeah. Now the face is a different story because it has to be a little bit more careful there. I want to do something with the hair and the shadows. I don't want to screw it up too much. Anyway, I think it came a little bit more to life now. Some more blue behind here. Now there's also some greenish behind here, so I will scrape this down. Now where is that scrape down? Yeah. Look a little bit brutal, and the cameras. See, I can get all the So, but well, some of the light back out again. And yeah. Also here. Do like this, take away some of the oil. Okay, now we'll start painting. So where to begin? I wanted to begin with the face. So I'm really scared today because it takes nothing for me to screw this up. And I'm gonna have to be a surgeon. Silicone from a high level. It's not easy, believe me. Change glasses. Closer. Maybe I should focus zoom on a little bit more so you can see better what I'm doing. Okay, like this. Okay. Now somebody left these glasses on a party I had, and it was way too. I mean, this person can't possibly see anything without them. But I noticed that when I'm painting stuff like this, actually it helped. So I tried them on and I figured out that they actually did a trick. And I just kept using them. I'm gonna have to clean it up. I felt at some point that I was actually finished with it, but then I painted a few hours more and boom, it was gone. It's so frustrating. You have no idea how frustrating it can be too. They wonder why Vermeer used all this time on his paintings, and I say, yeah, right. They wonder why. I mean, it probably used more time getting to the canvas than actually painting, because it can be so. It's almost like your whole body, when you come to this point, it's almost your whole body just want to do something else. You don't want to feel that pain. It doesn't want to screw up. And it's so frustrating. Trying to figure out this face and nose and everything. I actually have some huge paintings of this girl that I'm going to finish. So 5 years ago now. I've just been kind of in hibernation, and I feel ready to go over it and get it done. It's big things. One of them is actually 2.2 meters. She's in it 3 times, so. And this one is also one I want to paint, but I thought I was going to try to make a small version first, and then I really regret it now. No, I don't regret it, but it was harder than I thought. Is harder than I thought. So funny with this mind of ours, actually, how it works, because as I say, I did see this just by coincidence. I love actually seeing a lot of science videos on YouTube, especially about the brain and quantum physics and everything actually. You have to learn something new every day. It is very important. Try to learn something new all the time. But I came out with this video about the brain, and it explained perfectly why I have such problems getting into it. And then when you get into it, you have huge problems actually stopping. And it's kind of like yeah, stupid. I shouldn't say that. Ja, fancy motto. Let's say like training. You're going to the gym and you don't feel so great that day, and you kind of, okay, I'm gonna do some exercises, and then the dopamine kicks in, and the rest is basically history. The rest is just go, 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 go. That's me. Go, go, go. So when I get into it, I don't want to quit. That soothing, beautiful feeling, that flow you get when you're doing creative work, it's just amazing. So if there should be any reason to paint, there you have it. That's the reason you paint, because of the flow. It will stabilize your brain and make you happy. So, get a hobby. Okay. I wish I could get this to kind of feel like it falls in to my mouth. And it's so small that I don't even know if it's possible. Actually, yeah, that looks more normal in a way. And this side is a little near. You know, it takes me time to make these videos. So it really helps if you just leave a short comment and thank me for my efforts or something. You can ask me some brief questions about painting and stuff. I will answer them if there's nothing advanced, or link you to one of my videos which explain your questions. Ah, fuck. You know, that's the problem here, because that is what I did with the texture. I poured on too much, and now at this point I'm getting in trouble because I can't really get that paint to stick exactly where I want it to, because it's too lumpy and bumpy, and I have to do the grounding better, more focused. If we're going to do small paintings like this, I have to be way more careful in the beginning. There's no doubt about it. And if there's any lesson I learned from doing this painting, that's going to be it. You know? Do not pour in a lot of paint from the start. And that was nice. Now she also looks up, so it's really hard to get this right now because of that, and it's fucking annoying, really annoying. If it's a bigger painting, that won't be such a problem, because you have a bigger kind of space to work on, bigger surface to work on, and well, here there's almost nothing. And the mistakes you do, it's just every single touch will change everything. So, if you take away anything from this video, that will be it. Plan your paintings better. Now the good thing in here is that the paint is mixing now. The lasur, or the glaze as we call it, it's kind of just mixing in to the color I put on, and that gives a quite fluid. Here too, the same, yeah, a quite fluid overgang, yeah. And I have the same problem here too. I poured on too much. Oh, there's some light there. Just put a... No, you don't do that from the start. You have to do this in stages, and you have to wait until you can come higher up, because if not, it's going to collide. That's quite nice. There's some more light, that's some light there. And we have this one, goes down here. And there's also some light coming. You know, you can't really see what happens there, so you have to... I can't see it, but it's so close together in the ends. That's almost nothing. And that is what I need to work on here. So what do I mix? I use a lot of it's called yellow gable light or something. Let's see Because, but I also use the cap luck. It's quite you know, when you paint these paintings, it is actually a little bit limited to what palette you use. I could actually, I don't use all the colors all the time. But then again, if you're going to play the piano, you need to have all the keys there, or keyboards, or whatever you call it, just in case. It's getting better. Yeah, so now it's kind of too bright. If the patron who wins this doesn't appreciate it, you can go fuck yourself. Because I put a hell of a lot of work into this one. I have no idea, and it's actually a painting that would cost about $2,000 if you should buy it in a gallery. And right now, my Patreon has fallen a little bit, so I'm actually not earning much on this. And the frame is expensive. So, smile. It is fairly nice, isn't it? Quite hungry, but if I eat, I lose that bliss. Now that is quite funny. You know, I figured out I shouldn't eat while I'm painting, because if I am high and I'm on dopamine, and I'm really on that dopamine high, and I eat, I fall, and I have a hard time getting into that flow again. And I realized why. It's so obvious. When you do this work, you need your food in your brain, not in your stomach. It's the same thing. When I have a party, I make a lot of food for my friends, and they eat like crazy, and they feel full, and they feel like, you know, but when I enjoy some wine, I like to have an empty stomach. Why? Not empty, but I don't like to mix food and alcohol, because I want the buzz from the alcohol. And if you eat, you're gonna dilute the alcohol with food, and it takes longer for it to kick into the bloodstream, which means you won't get that high. What the fuck is the point of drinking if you don't get high? It's not that good. I mean, okay, I like red wine. I like really good red wine. I do. I first want to. It's the only thing I drink, actually, red wine. And the same thing with painting. When you paint, it's like training or dancing or having sex and stuff like that, and you feel great. And then you eat, and the blood flows down to your stomach, and you fall. So, and also one more thing, when do we hunt? You know, this kind of painting is almost like hunting. I'm hunting for this result. I'm hunting, basically. Hunting, trying to figure out how to take down this fucking thing. And if you eat, you get lazy. It's like jerking off before you go out. It's like you won't be that into the girls, you know. But then again, if you're gonna go on a date, it would be smart to jerk off before you go on that date, because then you will see her clearly. You will see if you actually like her, or you just want to fuck her. You know, it's a big difference. So, and if you're horny, If you're horny and you go on a date, it's like going into the store, buying food when you're hungry. You always buy the wrong food. So, don't go on a date hungry. Horny and hungry must be the worst. And then mix it with alcohol. So, yeah. Date anyone. Not that I go on so many dates, because I don't. I'm too old for that shit. So, yeah. Stay hungry. Eat. I've been wondering, maybe I'm gonna eat only once a day. An hour before I go to bed or something. And then fast. Have one small meal, protein, very high protein, after training. And then don't eat until I'm not gonna do any more work. Because when you go into fat burning or ketosis, you really get high on what you do. And I can live on coffee and stuff for many, many hours. Yeah, it's good advice for painters. Just think about how many mistakes, if you're living in a Muslim country, or you live in a Muslim country, or you live in the West, in the before freedom, before women had and men had the right to choose their own spouses. I mean, living in a country where you can't have sex before marriage, it's crazy. I mean, and also, you're not allowed, actually not allowed to jerk off. So, I mean, you're gonna be so horny all the time that you're gonna basically accept anyone. And then, of course, it doesn't last because it wasn't really what she wanted. It wasn't the match. So, the amount of digression. I'm really trying to stay on the topic painting, but it's really hard for me. Sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm a little bit sorry. I'm a little bit sorry because it actually ruins my channel's growth. So I'm not sorry because I'm me. I'm me. Totally me. Me. I think this is actually starting to kind of so yeah. Also, next time, all this mess I made of the flowers in there, the pouring on it, I acted like it was a big painting. And it isn't a big painting, it's a small painting. So, yeah. Next time, I do better. Somebody will actually like that. Ah, look at all the texture. Yeah, I like it too in a way. It's really painted. It's great when you get close to it. It's just crazy. All these zigzagging brushstrokes, back and forth, up and down. And that's the whole thing with painting. I had a short discussion with a ignorant ass on Facebook, some painting group, and he was trying to tell us that Digital painting was the same. So real painting. And only an ignorant person who doesn't paint himself would say something as stupid as that. Because painting is about the texture. I mean, the closest you could get to a subjective, to a painting that could be on par with this is if you could actually perfectly have a computer. You did a perfect photo manifestation, 3D, into a computer, and then you print it by digital print, by the new type of printing, what's it called, 3D printing. So you actually got all these textures into the print. But then again, it wouldn't be oil paint, would it? And what about all the underlying brushstrokes? So no wonder, it wouldn't really matter. You wouldn't get this. And printing something, it's totally, you know, if you use a computer, the computer is doing most of the job for you. So it's not the same thing. Only a person who doesn't paint would say something like that. So that was what I told him. And then he shut up. I can be quite brutal in discussions, so I don't take any prisoners. I don't care about people's feelings and discuss stuff, and I don't expect anyone to care about my feelings. And I know people don't, so why should I care? I mean, you don't discuss. If you want to discuss people's feelings, we can discuss feelings. I killed it. You see? I killed it. Now I need to use a brush to put some life into the surface again. Okay, I need to turn off this video and concentrate. Yeah, okay, it wasn't that bad. Okay, pick it up quite easy. That's good. Some really tiny, some light here. Here. She used to have such beautiful hair. I saw some pictures of her. She dyed it as a horrible red color. I have no idea why she killed that beautiful natural hair. It's so silly when girls start to dye their hair. Put color into the hair, especially since it was so, it was kind of sun bleached, and she had this enormous, just thick hair. It felt like just, what's next? Cutting it short? I don't know. Anyway. And the thing is, if a girl, and she has this bondehud, as it's called in Norway, you know, farm girl skin, you know, this pale farm girl, like a budeia, like we say the girls that used to live with the cows or milk the cows in old Norwegian society, and she's typical that type of skin and girl. And when you have that skin, you dye your hair some color that doesn't compute with the skin, you tend to look fake. My daughter has dark hair, basically like me, but she has dyed it black. And my mother, she has totally black hair, like an Arab. And my daughter's hair actually looks a little bit natural, because she might have some of my mom's skin tones or something. But I don't understand why she's doing it. It would be so much better if she just went natural, because all the stress by dyeing the hair. Take care of your body, take care of your skin, take care of your butt. For heaven's sake, girl, take care of your butt. The butt is probably the biggest asset. If you have a nice face, the butt is basically number 2. And yeah, take care of the butt. Do some squats. Do some heavy lifting. Don't dye your hair. Keep it nice and natural. Long. Be feminine. And that's all you need. You know, men are easily impressed. It's not about high heels or dyed hair or makeup or stuff like that. It is about your skin. It makes you look healthy, and it is about, okay, of course, the facial features stuff, but it's not about high heels and dyed hair and the fucking purse you wear. Men couldn't care less about your purse, but I guess other girls cares about the purse. I mean, who are we actually trying to make ourselves attractive for? Wouldn't it be better to take care of your body than buying a fucking Rolex, which of course I have done because I'm crazy? It's much better to take care of your body and also your money. It comes to be a man anyway. Anyway, I'm ranting now a lot. See how I build this. I don't know, maybe this is interesting for you. I can't play music, so just, it could be silent, totally silent. But sometimes I say something that you can learn something from. And if you have to listen to all this talk just to pick up some good points when it comes to painting, it's probably worth it. See, I put the shadow now on top of the paint that is already lighter, so I get this transparent shadow going down like that. Also one that goes like this. And then the hair, that's almost the same color. Hard to see what's what. This goes in here. Shouldn't sit like this because my back starts to hurt. I have to be more straight in my back. But this work is really hard work, so it's mentally hard. And when it's mentally hard, it's physically hard. Yeah. Just gonna do a little bit more. Put some more light there, so I enhance that shadow. But I don't go over the shadow, I go in between. So now I bring out the light in between and behind. And actually this one goes all the way up here, down like this. Yeah. And I want to paint this painting in a bigger format because it's really beautiful. And I would like to make a print of it. Because it's a very classical. I have so many nice pictures of this girl. And as I said before, I was so deeply in love with her. I don't think I've ever been that much in love in all of my life. And I kind of feel ashamed saying it because I had so many nice girls in my life then. That gave me everything. And then you fall in love with the ones who give you basically nothing. That's strange. The story of our lives, actually. I think it's a general thing, actually. But then again, you can't always get what you want. And remember, if I were religious back then, I would have prayed to Odin, give me this woman, girl. I think she was 25 then. I guess she's starting to become 30 now, so in a few years, she's too old for me anyway. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Anyway, shit happens. You should dwell on that. It's funny to paint with you. Come on. Brings back a few memories. You see now. Please. There. Is that right? I think that was better. Okay, I'm gonna stop filming now. I'm gonna paint some more. Try to end this today. Hope. Well, it kind of looks like it. You see some stuff behind there? You know, these things, these nice lines in the face. That is really difficult. Getting this kind of round thing here. And with all the paint I poured on and from the beginning, it doesn't make it any more easy. That's for sure. Okay. Videos so long. I'm going to make them into kind of hyperlinks so you can jump in it from now on. Okay, I've been working for a few hours. I don't know if you see the difference. I sure hope so. I think I see the difference. So, hopefully you do too. You see, find that little pencil. Now some small stuff left. I thought this kind of thing here just did a tiny brush stroke there. That sent it not exactly how it is in the picture, but I think it had this nice effect. Sometimes a nice effect should just stand alone. You do not have to do everything by the book, as they say. You see, it's quite a task to make stuff like this, and I'm kind of glad it's coming to the end. As I say, I've had large problems with the textures I put in from the start, so I won't do that mistake again. I will be more careful next time, if there is a next time. Of course there's a next time. But I'm sure about one thing: I need to really get paid for these. It's basically just as much work with a painting like this as it would be with a big one. Almost, anyway. Maybe not, because of the amount of detail and time it takes, the frustration, and those things. So, yeah, it was nice. See, just trying to even out the strokes a little bit. I want to have some light down here. That cheek is actually quite difficult. I really hope you learn something from this, because it actually takes me an effort to sit here and paint and explain. It would be nice if more of you actually became patrons, because then I could actually make basically a living from Patreon. I could make bigger paintings like this every month and have one bigger one as a prize. But right now I'm not really earning much doing it compared to what I would get in a gallery. And but as they do say, you have to use money to earn money. So I guess that is the idea. Or I will just go back to making smaller still lifes like earlier, because at this point it hasn't been growing. So yeah, anyway, it's a fun project anyway. So it's been a challenge. I think I want to try to just do a little bit up here, and then I will start working with other things like the flowers, and maybe I come back to it tomorrow or something, or the day after, and just have a look. But I think I can accept it now. it's starting to come to a point where it has very nice qualities. When I take off these glasses that I'm using, that is almost, see, it's kind of, it falls into place. But then when I use these, it's almost like having a magnifying glass on. If I go here, I can see anything. So it's quite fun with these glasses. I wonder what happens to my eyesight using them. I wonder why my eyesight is actually going bad. That's a problem too, actually. It's more stressful. You have to have a look at that. I don't know if I have kind of macular denigration or something, like my grandmother had. And she was 100 years old, but it started much earlier than that. But in inherit that gene, that wouldn't be good. Paint like Rembrandt did. At the end of his life, I wouldn't see shit. I think that's the reason why Rembrandt became one of the reasons why his, especially that one of the last, the one he cut up, the one that didn't want. I don't remember the name of it. But it was so rough that I didn't want it, and I just cut it up to sell it piece by piece. It's kind of a tragic story, actually. His life didn't end good, because I think he was too complacent for a while. He used too much money. Yeah. Things change. That's what I tell my daughter. Save money. Don't be like daddy. Don't be like daddy. Don't be stupid like daddy was. Spending too much. Spending is just short buzz anyway. And you can, if you have money in the bank, you have fuck your money. You can say no thanks to you can say no to things you don't want to do. You can just keep doing your art. It's like if I won $1 billion or $1 million, say I won the lottery, when Norway won the Viking lottery, hundreds of million kroner, I wouldn't quit painting and go on a spending spree like a madman. What I would do was to get the best studio I could, and I would be free to only focus on big exhibitions and stuff like that. And I didn't have to sell anything, so that would be great, because then you are free, totally free. I spend an enormous amount of time on portraits and stuff. It's interesting, and I always try to do my best, so it's not that the customer is getting a bad deal or anything, because I go in with a full throttle. And it's even worse with commission works, because it's almost like this, you know. Even when I do it to Patreon, I get into this feeling that I have to do it not even better, but I kind of stand very responsible for the quality, because people have given me their money. Strange. Yeah. And I also like to do a good job, you know, I like quality works. And so it is also about face. To look myself in the eyes. Fuck. I should have stopped. Because now I'm starting to... Well, I'm gonna move down for a while. I have really problems seeing this. It's the nuance is just mind-boggling. See, there was some cut like there. Maybe that will help. Push it down. Then I have to bring this up. You know, some of the more traditional artists today, they study anatomy and stuff. And of course anatomy is interesting, there's no doubt about that. But I don't see why I have to do that to paint a face or paint anything, because I mean, if you paint what you see on the surface, you actually paint a reflection of what's underneath anyway. So you don't need to know what's underneath to be able to paint it. That is just that is one of the cliches, I think. I mean, if you are making sculpture, maybe it's more useful when you're going into for the 3D. But it's all about seeing, and yeah, I really want to have so small. These pets have lasted a very long time. And more than synthetic. It's a synthetic pencil, but it's great. No complaints about that one. I have to have this. There's a tiny blue light right there. Maybe I should let it dry and then just do that tomorrow. Maybe I should do it now. What shall I do? What shall I do? I'm going to do faces like this. Tons of them. Tiny faces on tiny canvases. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to exercise my brain. Okay. That's what I have to do. I was at this, I was in this collective exhibition in New York a couple of years ago, and this is 2 years ago, time flies. And there was this girl, I think, or was it a guy, I don't know, they painted some beautiful small faces, and it cost just, it wasn't even expensive. It's so beautiful, and I so regret that I didn't buy one. Just $300 for them. So cheap. And I could have learned so much from it by having one of them here, actually. She used she, whatever, used different colors than me, more photorealist colors, I would say. But it is the same principle. As you know, I just you can also take things away and move them. Okay. You know, it's this fucker that I can't get right. So annoying. I think there's some blue in there too. Oh God. Come on. Actually, it is some light in our here that explains that shape. Try to put in that. Got two stripes going down here. They are kind of explaining that face. Go in there. You know how this feels. This battle I'm doing now is probably worse than fighting. I would rather fight some dude in the street than this. That's not really true, but it feels like a real. It's almost nothing, and it feels like it is the only thing in the world that matters right now. And it is the only thing in the world right now. And that is just because I can't get that thing rounded the right way. So welcome to being an artist. You know, sometimes people ask me, oh, you want to teach me how to paint? And I said, I mean, why bother yourself with it? Don't start. It's not going to end well. You know? There's no point bugging oneself as much. Most people wouldn't probably take it that serious anyway, so. But for me, she was. Oh, she looks too fat. Yeah, that's better. Well, almost. Almost. There's some very nice light just on outside there. That's just totally gorgeous. And I have to try to get that right. It's kind of a bluish light coming from the window. And that is why it becomes so difficult, because that comes here and is thrown in there. And if it was a bigger face, it would be way easier to kind of get that right. So I don't think I have ever done anything as small as this. So it's something new. Quite exciting. Extremely difficult. Okay, I want to move. Ah, fuck. I should go back and have a look at this when it has dried. Yeah, I should. I want to do something with the flowers before my back breaks. Now, when you see the photo and the painting at the same time, you might think, oh, the colors are so different. But actually, in reality, the colors aren't that different. It's just that a digital camera picks up the colors from the photo and from the painting in two different ways, and I can't really figure out how to get them to communicate the same color. And that's that. Okay. Yeah, small thing there. First, some red line. No, I need a pure red. Pure red here. So it sends out some clean color. Yeah, something like that. And this one here, that has to be more red. But again, going back to the face, because of that cheek, it's different. It goes more down here. I guess that was maybe what was missing. This round thing here more explains. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I need to turn off the camera. It's not so bad. Okay, I'm gonna work a little bit with the flowers and stuff, and I wanted to show you that. And this is becoming a strangely long video. It's a crazy long video, and well, I I'm gonna put it hyperlinks so you can jump in it back and forth, and you can, if you find segments that are more interesting for you, can do that. And I'm gonna give this a boost here. You see, I'm coming to this point where I have kind of cleaned up. So when I put in these, I can actually put in some points that gives it that bang. I was actually going to work with the roses. So now it is kind of a mess because of the textures. I shouldn't say that, but it's true. And you have to speak the truth, and you have to learn from your mistakes. But I think it's becoming quite a gorgeous little thing anyway, and I'm just looking forward to do it again, and the next one will be even better because now I know how to work towards what I'm after. More slow with the focused point textures from the start, which I've been talking a little bit about. It is impossible for me to actually paint the flowers exactly. The flowers are also very bright here, so I have a hard time actually seeing what they're gonna burn out somewhere in the photo. But I wanna create a nice impression of light and color, and hopefully that will be good. It's funny how the pleasure of painting or getting it right and doing a good job is so much more important to me than actually the money. But then money is so necessary for, especially if you're going to do extremely detailed work, time-consuming work. You need to have your finances in order. If not, you're going to be stressed out by. So, yeah. Anyway, blah blah blah. See what I'm doing. I'm just trying to go to strengthen some points of light, and kind of gives it some shape here. Yeah. I had a good day today, good day's work. I was at the gym, doing legs. Then I've been painting for many hours, and I managed to turn off distractions today. I decided to not go into YouTube and start watching shit I don't need to watch, and therefore I actually managed to get a lot done. So yeah, it's a good day, good night. So, see here if I can bring the hands up a little bit. The hand, it's just quite reddish because that's how the photo has interpreted the colors. And also functions as a kind of a point of reference. There's also a point through there and stuff. It's a very good thing. This goes a little bit further out here. Like this actually. And this one. So you can actually keep on doing details like this, a painting like this, I think approximately forever. There is no limit really to where you can stop. You can just keep going and going and going. And that is why I need to have more time on every piece. I have to have the leverage, which I've been talking about. Because from now on, I want my paintings to be whole. Of course, I have my skill wall. I have my limits to my skill, and I have to work desperately, not desperately because that's stress. I really have to work with my skill. I need to start drawing more. I need to study, go back to studying more. Like I used to sit with books and really go in and look at how they made skin colors and brush strokes and everything. And I got a good grip on it in the end. But now I see that I'm having this wall when it comes to small paintings, and I have quite big quite big holes in my capabilities when it comes to human faces and balance and colors and stuff. So I'm looking forward to basically studying. I'm not going to study anything, but I mean every piece I'm making is going to be like a study, which is I don't know how to say it, but I think you know what I mean. Maybe you do. It's becoming quite nice actually. Of course I would tighten it up and tighten it up. Like this shadow underneath there. It's stuff like that I find to be so important. Like tighten up. That is why I'm not a sketcher. I want my paintings to be kind of fully. I can't actually see that at all. Well, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit just in case. Oh yeah, we did see it. I'm going to zoom out anyway, so we see the whole thing. Shouldn't be out of electricity here, I can see. It's going to be a badge. Just go up a little bit like this. So, okay. And there's this thing up there, which I haven't done yet. I actually realized I hadn't done that yet. Just now, when I was thinking, oh fuck, let me get that into the video, because I haven't done this one. And you see there's a shadow falling here underneath it. And it's actually an old painting I found that's hanging on the wall there. I found an old painting of a dog and I just fell for it. I remember my daughter, when she was like 9, she asked if she could have it, and I said, no, I can't give that away. You can inherit it. I just said, don't have heart to give it away. I have no idea who has painted it. I found it in a container actually. Thrown it away. Sadly. No, it wasn't. It was in a loft. Yeah, that was in a loft in the place I used to. I found a lot of older paintings actually. Some of them weren't that good quality, but this one had some really nice personal traits, some nice brushwork, and well, you can't see it, so I can show you maybe if I remember in the video in the end. I'll show you the painting. Yeah. Anyway, so I kept it because the brushwork were quite good, and probably painted 30-40 years ago. Been laying in an attic years, and just now it's affecting me. And that's funny to think about that, because the person who painted it was probably an amateur, just on a course, a painting course or something like that, and he never thought about it again. And it has actually become a part of a few of my paintings where I have painted it in, just roughly into the background. And I'm actually wondering getting a frame made for it. So it's obvious to see what is a total amateur, someone who doesn't really put their subjectivity or having the skill level to get some of their real subjective. Okay, it's always subject, of course. There will always be subjectivity in it, but you need to have a certain amount of technique to get that painted flow. So I can go back to some of the first horrible things I did, horrible drawings and paintings. I'm going home to my parents' house. I'm thinking I'm gonna make a big think video there about how I became an artist, how I became a painter. And I'm going to show you all of my old stuff, so you can actually see for yourself that anyone who keeps painting will be able to maybe, if you have the balls to stand the ground, of course. Stand your ground. So, blank and clear, more clear. I'll tighten it up a little bit. This, I think I'm almost out of electricity, so if it stops, you just have to forgive me. Yeah, I will continue working on this a little bit to get it to be more natural. Anyway, I want to go back to the Also, here there's a lot of light, so I'll put in some more light or white with the color in it. Bring this up again. That becomes so rough. It's almost like I have woven the cloth with my pencil. I really like that. And it's light coming from here. I'll also put in some, you saw I did a lazuli or glaze. Now in that glaze, I can put in some new color, and it starts to, you know, I put in some red and blue. Now when I put in new colors here, just tighten it up a little bit, it starts to get kind of fluorescent in a way, because all the colors are then starting to work against one another and creating that rainbow effect. See here? I'll bring it up again. And down here is quite red, so probably don't see it on the video, but it is. It has some reddish here. And then you have the Prussian blue, and I can also put some yellow into the Prussian blue to get some green, and now the whole thing starts to lighten up in complementary contrast. In a way, there's a rainbow microcosm there now, which is actually working with another, and that's how you create a life. You have to work on it and keep on pressing the colors again and again and again, and put another glaze on it, and then push it further to get that lively effect in the colors. It's almost over natural effect. It's kind of fluorescence, almost like looking at a fluorescent light, you know, in the roof. Can you see that this it's very bright and stuff, but it has all the beautiful colors in it. And that's how you have to think when you do these things. If you watch my my Holocaust survivor video, you can actually, Samuel Steinman video, you can see me working much bigger with these in that video, and how I actually build the greens and reds more concrete than I do here, because it's so small. I have to do it on a micro level. So I hope you learned something now. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. And you have some really nice daylights coming right through these wooden boards that I used over my windows, so it's coming just right through here, and it's more blue. And I think it is stuff like this who actually makes up, that is what makes Vermeer's painting so beautiful, because you have all these details that have address and that are linked together despite that, he has used a lot of different textures and colors, and quite clean colors actually. But there's a harmony in the whole thing. If you see paintings of a Norwegian woman painter called Harriet Backer, that is her name is Harriet Backer. She was at the same time as, I think she was living basically the same time as when Edvard Munch was young. She was an impressionist, and she made these interior paintings, kind of Vermeer-like, and they are so intense in the colors, and they are just so beautiful. Harriet Backer, try to Google that, and you'll probably find some very good reproductions from Norway. She's one of my favorites, absolute favorites. I should mention her more actually. And it is that beautiful combination between the classical skill and the impressionist painting style. It can be both in one, that I find so fascinating. And you see that also in Rembrandt, and you see it even in Vermeer. You can see that this guy was in love with color, really in love with color, and more than others at his time. So Rembrandt loved building textures and room and all that. He was totally in love with it. There's no doubt about it. So, yeah. We need to get to New York and to the Frick collection again, and stand in awe. And I need to get to my house to Netherlands, and the night watch. And I need to get my ass to Auschwitz, Krakow, and other great cities in a world that's filled up with beautiful art, history. Firenze, for heaven's sake, I haven't even been to Rome. What the fuck? It's crazy, I'm an artist. You know why I didn't go to all these places? Because I used 15 years of my time painting and partying, spending money, instead of focusing. Now, if I can get 50 more years, I'll still get something done. So that's the plan. At least 50 more years. With a healthy painting. Oh God, I love this. I just really love this. I don't know why, but it's just, my brain just centers, trying to get this shit, but I put in too much. You see now, that's the problem. I put in too much textures, so I can't really get that line straight because all the textures are just keeping wobbling my pencil. So next time I do this, I'm gonna be careful, as I've been saying many times now. Just don't pour on. And I think also in my bigger paintings, I'm gonna also do that. Be more careful. This must be a 10-hour video. Jeez, poor bastards have to watch this. Okay, I'm gonna tighten it up some more, and maybe film a couple of more times. I would like to film exactly when I do the last thing with the face there. It has to dry first, and I just want to clean up around here, get some more details in here, and call it quits. I have a very sharp light here, so when I take it away from that, it becomes very harmonic. It's also because all the light hits the textures and sends it out, so it is quite chaotic. But when you hang it on a wall with more flat light or more spread light, it actually becomes quite subtle. So, yeah. Okay. Okay. I am doing the last touch, and as I said yesterday, or not yesterday actually, the thing that I need to do is this thing there. I'm not really that sure, because now when it has dried and has kind of been laid to rest, it seems to me that it's better than I thought. But I'm gonna this is the last touch, so also gonna do a little bit with the roses. I'm not gonna go crazy, just gonna strengthen a little bit of the shadows. I don't know how smart this is, but I feel it's necessary. It's extremely difficult to see. I'm looking forward to do more of this, because it has been really a painful experience, and I need to inflict more pain on myself so that I learn more. There's just one way to learn, that's through pain. Push the brain further to its limits. Yeah, I was a little bit here. I sure can't really see. I'm a little bit blind now, but okay, I have two choices. I could take this up a notch, or I could get more light out of that. And yeah, it is just, I could be honest enough to say I'm simply not good enough for these tasks, and it shows. And I have to work my ass off to improve so that I can handle these things. You know, we come to that point and you're not really sure about anything anymore. I'm starting to sweat, not because it's warm, but because I'm stressed. Okay, there's this. Yeah, maybe that's it. Anyway, I think it became an all-over, despite my shortcomings, which is obvious to me now, more than ever. I basically know a little bit more what I need to do, and that's a very good thing. Pick that up a little bit, bring it up a little nudge. This, maybe, or not. It was actually nice as it was. I shouldn't have done anything with it at all. Should have just kept it as it was. It's so typical. And this is the thing that can take a day. Just fucking around with yourself with details like this, and it just drives you nuts. And it's because I'm at my skill wall, and I just need to do more of it, you know. Not avoid it, do more of it. It's like people going to the gym. You don't get better by not lifting your body weight in dips. You get better when you do it, and in the end you can do it in one arm. Oh, fuck. Jesus, and that is... Is it Prussian blue? Oh God. No, it's black. It's not so bad. Bad enough. See, now just a fucking mush. Oh God. Better. I mean, this pencil has really done its job, I have to say. Place a highlight there to bring that cheek, that up a little bit. I do have to compare this with training. It's the same thing. I started when I was young. I could do my dips with one arm, and now I'm like 10 kilos heavier, and I can do like one, but I'm gonna do 10 soon. Not soon, but sooner or later. Why? Because I want to. Why? think I want to stop now. I think I want to say this is good enough. This is as far as I could go with the skills I have right now. And I will start another one and repeat this fight until I get it right. I need to bring out books of Vermeer and start really studying again. And see how I can. And I need to get my ass to the Frick collection and study, go deeper. I also took a lot of photos of Vermeer in New York. You can't actually take any photos at the Frick collection, which is a tragedy because they have so many beautiful paintings there. I could ask them if I could do this. I'm a painter and I need to get these close-ups to understand it. So next time in New York I'm going to ask people who are organizing the place if it's possible to make an exception. I think it may have to do with copyright or some rights of the different. God, this is so painted. It probably has to do with some right stuff. I can't really get it to be round. When you see paintings of Vermeer and you see Rembrandt and you see all this great art that you find at the Frick collection, is it quite a small comprimert, as we call it. It's a small, quite small gallery or museum. So you get actually, there's not far to go between the great. Some of them are in the same room, and it's really overwhelming to see them together in one room. It's like, wow, you just feel their presence. And, if there's any point to painting, is kind of trying to live up to their legacy and do the best we can as painters. Yeah, let's see. Just gonna zoom. I'm really afraid of starting to screw this up now. Yeah, that was more like. Now, remember one thing: the camera can't really. When you look at this and this, it's a little bit more greenish in the background here. It's a little bit more blue here. I can see that now. But the point is that it's almost the same color in reality. It's like, I said this before, the camera doesn't actually understand, because it's a digital camera, it doesn't understand how to how to interpret the difference between the color in the colors in the. Just gonna paint in that hole in that kvist, as it's called in Norway. That was black. That was almost pure black, because I wanted it to be almost like a hole there. So that's why I poured in almost pure black, and then you get that hole feeling. It's nothing there, no beauty, nothing. Yeah. Anyway. I try to do a little bit, just some points of light on the flowers. Just gonna accept that this is a little bit rough. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. Okay. Here there is some light here. There. I saw this guy who had a course in how to succeed as an artist, it's called, on YouTube, and I was talking about maybe sometimes listening to people give you a compliment for your paintings or your artworks, and not be so neurotic and dismissive of your own work, and not be so self-aware that it actually becomes a problem, because I've always been like that before. Oh no, it's not good enough, and I should be more like this and more like that, and it actually becomes a problem. I noticed I was in New York and I was looking for a gallery, and this Glazing gallery. Well, this very famous gallerist was there, and I was just asking for the price of some very nice figurative paintings there. And the guy came out, I don't remember his name right now, but it's one of the most famous gallerists in New York. And he happened to be there, so when I asked for the price, he came out and I talked to him. And then I told him I was a painter, and I asked him if he wanted to. Oh, he didn't want to look at, he didn't work like that, and blah 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 and stuff. He thought I was a customer, so he just wanted to pull back. But then I just took up my, it takes 1 minute, and I just showed him. And he said, yeah, it's beautiful work, he said. And I said, nah, it could be more like this and like that, and blah blah blah. And he said, you should give yourself some more credit, he said. And you shouldn't talk down. You shouldn't talk yourself down like that. And I think he actually meant it. That was nice work. But then he asked me, the problem is, he said, it's nice work, but who are you? And that is the thing, who are you? What have you done? And who are you? Are you famous? Are you... How can I, these people only pick people who have a name. Or maybe they, as I told them, I mean, you could take me and create me into whatever you like, because you have that sort of a power in the art world. And he said, that is not how it works, and blah blah blah. But I mean, I guess that is actually how it works. It's not about your work, actually. Of course, you have to have work to show, and if it's spectacularly good, of course, it will be easier for you to show it. But even then, it will be about if you get the interests, because there are actually a lot of good painters out there, figurative painters. So you shouldn't believe just because you have learned how to paint that should be some automatic trip to the stars, because it isn't, you know. It's a little bit easier in this country, Norway, because it's a smaller country, so if you get a skill set that are a bit over average, you will probably get noticed a little bit. But even then, if you're not media savvy, you will have a problem. And for me, this thing about being so humble have been a problem. And even my mother, used to tell me to shut up when I had exhibitions, because people came over to me and talked about my painting, and I said immediately to criticize my own work, and I was notorious in doing this, and I had to teach myself just say thank you, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah, because I ruined stuff for myself, you know. You don't want to buy anything from a person who tell you that his stuff is crap, you know. And I don't think it's crap. And I'm better now than I used to be then, so but I don't have the confidence of I don't have the confidence to say that what I do is good or bad. Or I know it's kind of over average, I think, hopefully. I don't know. And I know that I'm an honest person, so that's a good thing. I'm me, 100%. Take no prisoners, and that is a very good thing. That's good. Shall we say? It's a good trait that I have from my family, which is extremely real people on every level, actually. So, no. Good parents. Real parents. Loving parents. Care. People who really, really loved me, you know. True love, no doubt. And that's a very nice thing. I haven't even painted my parents yet. I'm ashamed of that. It's crazy that I haven't done it, because I'm basically next to my daughter, and well, next to, even over my daughter and brother. They are the most important people to me, and the people I'm going to lose in not that far future. It's crazy to think about that, how life kind of just... You look at old pictures of old people, you know, of grandparents or great-grandparents, and they were exactly as alive as you. They were up in the morning, had their coffee, had their thoughts about life, tried to do the best, and then I'm gone, you know. All that struggle, and then snuffed out of existence as you never were there. So strange. Anyway, another digression. Yeah, as you can see, I just did some tiny work with the roses, and I think I'm gonna call it quits. Unless... oh gods. You know, this pencil has actually done great service. I took very good care of it. I take this green soap, it's called green soap in Norway. It's kind of a natural soap. And I wash my pencils in that after I have painted. And it works way better than turpentine. Turp, what's his name? Oh, this is so difficult. Yeah. And that's why I have lost it. I've been really mindful in taking care of it. Because I knew I had one. So funny, so many things I start to see now that I would like to do something about. But I can't do it anymore. I really just need to stop because it's really driving me insane now. I can't really do it anymore with it. I just have to let it go and start a new one. Sometimes you just have to say enough is enough. I might let it dry for a while and then in a few weeks maybe I go back and have a look. But right now I'm just gonna concede to the power of my skill wall and quit. Say enough. You know, this is not that red, so I can't really pour a lot of color into it. It's very tempting. I'm not going to do it. I might think I'm going to start painting over that wall because I saw that I get more even. I'm going to change the lighting in here, so maybe that will make the way I see the paint easier, because the light in here is a little bit, it's very hard and it doesn't spread out that good. In the studio I had before, I had like 360 up to the ceiling. And here's like 340 inside or 320, something like that. And it doesn't give that spread of the lights. Always have problems, you know, when you change. I also see it in the videos that the lighting I had in the other studio was a little bit better. I think I'm going to need to try to find back to that. So, yeah. Yeah. Just a tiny piece of light here. Glass jar, it's glass, so with water in it, so like this. There are some highlights down here, and there are a little bit here, and that kind of explains it, you know. It doesn't take that much. What I want to do, actually, what I would like to do with the Patreon thing is to paint one painting like this a month, but a little bit bigger. But I can't do that now because the income on Patreon is not that high, and I get, even for this one, I get only half the price, not even half, actually less than half than what I would get in a gallery. So if I'm going to survive as an artist, I can't use that much time on things I don't get paid for. But hopefully my Patreon will rise a little bit, grow a little bit, so that I can start doing that. And I think it would be more interesting for the patrons to get a figure painting instead of the still lifes all the time. So for now, this is a one-off. I won't do this again for a while for Patreon. I will do my object paintings or landscapes or something that doesn't take this enormous amount of time, because this is really, and I've been so stressed too because I'm so behind on everything because of my hip operation and stuff. So this has been a challenge on every level, really. But I'm starting to finish off now, so I have a lot of Patreon paintings coming up. So, okay. I'm just going to let the rest be a little bit rough. But next time I'm going to start out. The start is going to be more rational. Okay, going back to, see how it is? Going back to the face a little bit. Just even out that little shadow. So. I did put in some highlight there, because the electricity went out and it kind of created more of that facial shape. She's kind of a little bit of a chubby girl, this one, but kind of sexy plumper, is that they call it. And with that, I think I almost rest my case. Almost. No wonder why my videos are getting that long. Can't be sorry about that, you know, it's just the way I am. I never know when to stop. It's always been a problem. It's always been hard for me to decide when enough is enough. Fuck. Yeah, okay. You know, you could do like this shit forever, basically. It doesn't really have an end. So and doing stuff like, as I've been saying before, doing small stuff like this really put me in a situation to really appreciate the small paintings in the, because it's always been, it used to be, I was looking at the big paintings and oh wow, you know, it's so big, but then you start doing small stuff yourself and you start to realize how big, how huge the small stuff actually is, and how difficult it is to do it. So yeah, if I didn't learn anything else, I learned that. And so, and with this, I think I maybe rest my case, maybe. Unless you know, after this, the only thing you guys are going to focus on is this here. Oh, I didn't really get it right. No, I didn't. Okay? It's because I'm not good enough. I have to work on that. You know, when you do like still lifes like onions and stuff, an onion is kind of a little bit more relative, and you can take some you could do, you know, you don't need to be that Nazi about, you know, was this exactly like this or exactly like that, you know. I tried to do a portrait actually of the onions or the apples, and I really struggle with it, but when it comes to painting faces and stuff like that, you can't really cheat. It's not relative, you know. If the nose is too long, it actually is too long. There is no way to say that, oh yeah, no. It is or it isn't. So, and that is why painting human beings are the most difficult thing. It's very hard to trick the trained eye. I see on YouTube and stuff that people are surprisingly impressed with a lot of bad figurative painting. And it's hard to understand actually. I mean this landscape Bob Ross or whatever, for heaven's sake, wake the fuck up. I mean, this is not I wouldn't even classify it as painting, you know. It's just that, it's so bad that it's embarrassing. And it's had millions of views, and people are so stunned by these paintings. And it's nothing. It really isn't good painting. Every stretch of the imagination, you know, you compare this to Turner or the really great stuff, and it just falls totally through the ground on every level. I mean, painting is about time and texture and fighting and battling back and forth, and this Ross guy just uses a couple of hours on painting this sky and some trees and some, for fuck's sakes, wake up, people, you know. Go to a real gallery and look at real art, real difficult painting. I don't care if it was famous. It was famous because it was on TV, not because he was a good painter. And that's the goddamn truth. What the fuck am I doing now? What the hell? I'm so positive today. I'm actually totally worn out because I'm trying to get finished and go home to my parents. Take a fucking vacation for my next hip replacement. This guy who was actually gonna make some exhibitions and stuff came in and was so enthusiastic. Daddy. And then he pulled out because he couldn't afford to put his money where his mouth was. That is why you should be careful with how you spend your time. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna turn this fucking camera off and I'm gonna quit because enough is enough. Yes, it is. Enough is enough, and that's how it is. I'm gonna show you. And here it is, the finished painting. I hope you enjoyed this. If you see this, you have stayed on with it until the end. Yeah. And you can see how it's built. I've worked a lot with the textures and everything. It's been a real struggle. And it became quite nice, actually. Not as nice as I hoped for, but, you know, nice enough. Yeah. And I will now just show you up close some of the textures. Here. I hope you join my Patreon, and you'll find a link in description. And yeah, there's also hyperlinks in description, so you can jump in the different segments of the painting. Okay, with this I rest my